affecting our youth today and providing services for many of our young people. And we're grateful to them for using their facilities. The series we've been putting together focus on a number of international issues, and we try to connect them to problems which exist here in the community, because we don't believe that any distinction can and ought to be made between so-called international questions and local ones. Last week, for example, we had a panel on Somalia. It wasn't well attended, unfortunately, but we felt it was important to bring people from Somalia into the community to discuss that problem, because we know there's a lot of confusion. A lot of people think that George Bush and Dan Quayle and Brent Scowcroft and Colin Powell and company have gone to Africa to free black people. So we thought it was important to get first-hand information from people from Somalia. Today we want to look at the question of the destruction of black civilization, not just ancient, but particularly the destruction of our civilization today, the destruction of our people in a contemporary context, especially when we see that people are under some sense of illusion that we are now embarking upon a new era, that freedom is in the air with the new administration and the incorporation of many black corporate leaders and so on, black lawyers into the administration. We thought we would invite those who have been studying the civilization of black people, both ancient as well as modern, to come together, share ideas, which in turn, by the way, we make available to people in other cities by putting it up on the satellite. So much of what happens here is generally heard in many other cities, because we feel that's the best way to try to raise the consciousness of our people. We have with us today a number of people who are most qualified to do that. Brother John Henry Clark, the stalwart, someone who has not hesitated on any occasion that we've called upon him to deal with these and other issues. Brother Edward Scobie, similarly, is here with us, who has exhibited a similar enthusiasm. We will be joined by Sister Rashida Ishmael Abu Bakr, who's a psychologist, a very good, very bright sister in our view. And Brother Basil Wilson, who's now the provost of John Jay College, will be coming here later on. And my name is Samori Maximin, and I'll be trying to coordinate things for this afternoon. The focus, as I said today, is on the question of the destruction of black civilization. And I won't take much of your time, in fact, very little time, by way of introducing our first speaker. But I just want to say a couple of things by way of introduction. Many of us who consider ourselves to be progressive, particularly the so-called black nationalists, and especially the so-called black leftists or black Marxists, whatever that is, or those of us who consider ourselves to be socialist-oriented. We always talk about the great crisis in which capitalism finds itself. We're always talking about how America is in decline, and Britain is in decline, and Europe is in decline. And I suppose I have to confess personally, it makes me feel good when I say that. But I'm afraid it doesn't jive with reality. It doesn't correspond to reality. When I look at the direction in which the world is going, I look at Ethiopia. I look at the political economy of Ethiopia. I look at the health and social services of Ethiopia. I see that Ethiopia is in decline. When I look at Somalia, and I look at similar institutions, I see Somalia is in decline. When I look at Jamaica, I see that Jamaica is in decline. Whether you're talking about the proliferation of narcotics, whether you're talking about crime and violence, fratricidal violence, whether you're talking about the sort of a retrograde economic program that is existent there, no matter what you talk about, we are in decline in these societies. In central Brooklyn, in Harlem, in south central Los Angeles, we are in decline. Haiti, if you look at the two oldest republics, the one in the east, Liberia, the one in the west, Haiti, and you look at the world's longest existing nation state, Ethiopia, we are all pathetically in a state of decline today. It's not something that I am proud of saying. It's something very painful for me to, and I'm sure the others, to have to recognize. The question is, as we are on the threshold of the 21st century, are we in a position to arrest this decline and perhaps to begin to create structures to turn the situation around? 500 years after Columbus, what would year one after the first 500 be? Are we going to change the course of history and put ourselves back into control of our own destiny? That's the central issue we'd like to address here today. I know that many people are sort of excited, as I said, by the changes which are happening here in the United States. We look at people like Ron Brown, and we are proud. The good congressman from Harlem, Mr. Charles Rangel, said that it is great that Ron Brown represented the government of Haiti because he represented the Duvalier government, and that did wonderful things for the people of Haiti. They think that Mr. Vernon Jordan is a wonderful man and is doing great things for the people of the United States, for African people, by being there. I say to you now, and I'm sure the others will say to you, that we need to develop a more sophisticated analysis of what is happening before our very eyes. When E. Franklin Frazier spoke about the black bourgeoisie several years ago, there was none. Materially, there was none. We could speak then of the Uncle Tom, who was part and parcel of a system of oppression. But Uncle Tomism was a psychocultural, it remains a psychocultural condition. It's not a set of material circumstances. Uncle Tom did not own, nor did he control the means of production. Uncle Tom was not part of the corporate ruling class of the United States of America. Today, the Colin Powells are, the Vernon Jordans are, the Ron Browns are. What I'm suggesting to you is that there is emerging very sharp class contradictions within the African family, within the United States. And we have to rise above simply applauding whenever a black-faced person is appointed to a position of government, whether it be local or national or international, and we simply say, well, wonderful, he's there, she's there, we ought to support them, regardless of whether or not they're working against our interests. They, in the contemporary context, are part and parcel of the destruction of African civilization today, and we need to recognize that. That is part of what our dilemma is. We also celebrating, many people are, the demise of the Soviet Union, the collapse of what used to be the evil empire, and many people are talking about how great that we're developing new alliances, that there's emerging new third world alliances. Later on in the program I will share some information with you, but before I introduce our first speaker, I just want to draw your attention to a document. Unfortunately, we don't have many copies. We don't have any copies. Maybe we'll have someone go and make copies and make them available to you. It's a document called National Security Review number 30, a secret study conducted by the Bush administration determining how to deal with Africa in the next few years. It is quite disturbing, and I won't go into any details except to say that it ought to serve as a warning for those of us who are under illusions that things are changing for us. Secondly, I saw a very interesting article a few days ago in World Policy Journal, written by a most interesting man who seems to think that the way to solve the problems not only of the United States of America, and by extension, people like us in the process, one solution he's advancing is to have the United States of America return to the politics of the 18th century and the early 19th century by purchasing parts of Africa and purchasing Siberia. As we've tried to point out to people on many occasions, you know, the Russia borders the United States of America. Sometimes we forget that. And when we hear discussions about North American free trade agreements, sometimes we forget that Russia is being dragged into this network. Well, now the talk is to purchase Siberia. And that if you were to purchase Siberia for some $3 or $4 trillion, that would certainly help the the developmental program of the so-called Democrats who now emerged in that part of the world, and that would help to sort of strengthen and broaden the base, the material base of the United States, and therefore strengthen it and give it the kind of global, not only geographical, but economic and military power which it doesn't now exist. There's also discussions about purchasing large chunks of Africa as well. So I mention these things to you because I think they're important for us to understand how people are looking at our continent, how people are looking at us and looking at their own problems and trying to determine how to solve their problems at our expense. And having said that, I'd like us to introduce our first speaker, Professor Edward Scobie, who has written a lot about the impact of European civilization upon African people, as well as the experiences of African people in Europe itself. He's currently a professor of history at City College of New York, and many of you might be familiar with his book, Black Britannica. I would now like to introduce to you Professor Edward Scobie, incidentally someone, a foremost Pan-Africanist scholar who will be addressing the questions here.
What's up, brothers and sisters? What's up? It's a very terrible thing to admit. I don't know where to begin. I have so many areas that I want to begin in. There's got to be one. But I think I'll begin from Samori's end. Brother Samori said a while ago that the United States and the other white powers that be want to buy certain areas of land on this planet. Let me remind you, my brothers and sisters, this is nothing new. Even during the time that America was a colony of Britain that has been called great for reasons that I can't find, America has been trying to buy lands on this planet. They made a great attempt to buy Cuba. They wanted to pay as much as $40 million in those far-off days for Cuba. It didn't come through. They wanted to buy Haiti. They bought the Virgin Islands, and they bought Puerto Rico lock, stock, and barrel. They didn't even buy the continent, our continent of Africa. They took it like a piece of, what you call it, cake or whatever, and cut it in little bits in 1884 and gave each of those brigands a piece of Africa. There was German East Africa, British West Africa, French West Africa, and the devil knows what else, West Africa. They sat at the table, 16 of those thieves. I don't want to find any elevating word to describe monsters. So don't expect to hear these words from me. And they sat at the table and deliberately carved off a piece for each of the Alibaba thieves. You know the rest of the story. And when we condemn, sometimes we do, although a certain amount of condemnation perhaps is necessary for our people on the motherland, as well as our people here and in the Caribbean or wherever they are, I say that the deep intrinsic or the deep significant damage came from them. We are suffering in Africa and elsewhere from the carving up of lands by people who had no use, who had no respect for what they called in those days even tribal groupings, for groupings of land by virtue of language. Imagine two brothers in the Cameroons. One grows up speaking French and the other grows up speaking English, with two different false cultural habits. No wonder it is said that we are confused. But this has been happening. The same thing happened in the Caribbean. A lot of different lingos are spoken in the Caribbean. Allegedly, they call them Spanish, they call them French, they call them Dutch or taki-taki or piamento or whatever. All these different things. You do not think so, but these have alienated us. Language is a barrier, my brothers and sisters, a barrier that was used in those colonial days to separate. They got a lot of other things that they used, class and color and complexion and whatever, to do the separating. Islands of birth, mainland, you know what I'm talking about. And it's still separating us right here in Crown Heights, still. The only remedy for us is to go back to source. The source that the great Chancellor Williams was talking about. Chancellor Williams examined the African before it was contaminated. He wanted to see what the African was like before the contamination of countries that had come there and colonized. He wanted to know what we were like before the virus had been pushed into the bloodstream. That's what he wanted to know. What we really did. What did we have to say? What did we offer before those others came in? That is the measure of the greatness of his book. And he makes no bones about it in saying, you know exactly what we did. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry among us, from children way up, know what Africa did before the unfortunate meeting, the unfortunate clashing with those other people, those brigands who allegedly came to colonize. But colonize is a method of stealing, of burglarizing lands. You know what happened. And Chancellor Williams goes into it bit by bit by bit. And he said something that I want to bring to your notice. And my esteemed brother, whom I love greatly, sitting over there, Dr. John Henry Clark, he said the same thing. And what they said, let me just tell you, just briefly what they said. What happened to Africa? What happened to Africans? And why it happened? I think we know now why it happened. All of us in here are aware of what happened and why it happened. But you know something? Present company here excluded and some company elsewhere. But we are not making any attempts to make sure it does not happen again. And it is this. Dr. Clark and Dr. Chancellor Williams said, they have both stated time and time again that the African had a belief in the universality of God in all people, unfortunately in all people. And this allowed us as Africans to embrace the European as a brother and grant him access to African soil, thereby setting the conditions of the destruction of black civilization. It began then. We still give them the benefit of the doubt. There are some of us who call it integration. We are stuck on the word integration. And you know who's stuck on the word integration too? Curiously enough, white people. You know why? Let me tell you why. If Africans integrate with white people, they are going to integrate with empty hands, empty pockets, with nothing. They are going to integrate with them as inferiors. That is what they want. If you're on the same level with a person, you don't have to integrate with that person. They want integration. When you listen to their media, when I do happen to hear it, I pass somewhere, because I don't buy their papers. I really don't buy their papers. And I look at television in between walking from the living room to the bedroom to the bathroom and back and so on. So I watch it, unless there's a program dealing with us, from us, not from them, from us. And you know, you'll find them saying, what are you saying then? All of them are saying, what are you saying? Do you want to go and live in a state on your own? As though we cannot go and live on our, we've been living on our own all the time. All the time. But with them bending over us, breathing over us. And that is why we're in this trouble. How much more integration do we want? Do we want to be in bedrooms with them? God forbid. Integration is a word we should rub it out from an African dictionary completely. It has never worked, and we don't want it to work. I do not want it to work, and I'm sure the brothers and sisters here do not want it to work. We want to integrate with ourselves, get closer to ourselves, and let no born in Jamaica, born in Georgia, born in Crown Heights, born in wherever stop us and be a barrier to us. That is what we want. We tend to think that it is only the other day that we began to learn about ourselves. That is not true. We like to say, fancy our children growing up and going to schools and being taught. What do we expect our children to be taught in those schools? Garbage. There are few of our teachers who try their best, but you know what they're doing to them. You see the latest with Dr. Jeffries, what they're trying to doing to him, and they've done it to others. There is nothing at all. My sisters and brothers, let me tell you this, but I'm sure you know it. There is nothing you can say to any, the word is spelled A-N-Y, any white person, that they're not going to say, oh yes, well, but. That but carries a multitude of other buts and things. They will never agree. Do not waste your time trying to prove anything to them. Please don't. Deal with ourselves. Deal with ourselves. You think they go, up to now, they're still saying things about Jesse Jackson. Perhaps the Warren son anyway, because he may not have learned his lesson, I don't know. They'll say the same thing about Farrakhan. They'll say the same thing about Jeffries. They'll say the same thing about John, about me, about you. They ain't never going to stop. Brothers and sisters, I have two words to tell you about them. Drop them. Malcolm did, but you know the thing they're talking about, when they talk about Malcolm, what they say? But he said that he had tea or whatever with Muslims with gray eyes, with blonde hair and so on. That's the thing they're going to pull out. That's the thing they saw in the film. With all due respect to Spike Lee and so on, I didn't see that at all. I see Malcolm as I knew him, what he was. And if there was one man who was unbending and didn't care one hoot in the white person's devil's hell, was Malcolm. He didn't care what they thought, what they said. I don't care what they say about me or what they say about you. I am not going to judge you on what a white judge says about you or myself. I'm not going to judge us. I'm going to judge us by our own standards. We have standards. Use them. This is what Chancellor was trying to say, and this is what others were trying to say. And it's not new. It is not new. There is an elder whom I learned a lot from. He's more elder than I am at the moment. He's 95. Ralph Casimir. He lives in the island of Dominica. He was the secretary of the UNIA. And he was the one that brought Marcus Mosiah Garvey to Dominica and helped to change my life. I was a boy in those days, going to school, and I went to hear Garvey at the Coronation Hall, and my life has not been the same ever since. Ever since. And we were castigated for going to hear Garvey. The newspapers played hell. This man suffered. He was told by his boss, he was working for an attorney, a black attorney. Well, you couldn't call him black in those days. You know, a mulatto attorney. Cecil E.A. Roll, a great attorney. He was a clever barrister. But he was working for him. And do you know what his boss told him? If you bring Garvey to the country, if you don't give up the president position of the Garvey movement, of the UNIA in Dominica, do not come back to my office, my chambers. Ralph Casimir said to him, Mr. Rawl, you don't have any need to tell me. I have already packed up my papers, my books. Goodbye. He never went back. He didn't starve. He didn't die because he lost a job. And to lose a job in that little island of Dominica, where I happened to, the ship put my parents and my grandparents and so on there, so I was born there. To lose a job there is like losing your life, because jobs are few and far between, you know. There are centuries between jobs to get a job. You know what I'm talking about. In those days, still the same thing. Nothing has changed. And he was the one to say, we tend to think that it's only now we know about the power of the African. Ralph Casimir knew the power of the African in those days. He knew. Garvey knew it too. Look at the letter that he wrote. He put some selected writings together, and he sent me some copies to sell out for him. But look at what he wrote. He sent a letter in the to the Negro World, the Garvey paper, on May the 20th, 1922. He wrote that letter. It is as up to date and as fresh as though it was happening today. His consciousness then, in 1922, what he says, the Negro, in those days they used the word, the Negro in Dominica is taught to despise Africa. He's told that he's told that Africa is a land of jungle and forest, a land unfit for habitation, and that the native African is inhuman, savage, and a cannibal. Hence you will find the Negro in this part of the world owing an alien education, despises his motherland Africa, despises his race, despises himself, and is looking upon the other fellow, the destroyer of the darker races, the liar, the negrophobe, the lord and master, to put him right. That was written in 1922. And he goes on, the truth shall make you free. And he goes on, Negroes, I appeal to you, therefore, to purify your brains. That was in the Garvey paper of May the 20th, 1922. Purify your brains. Remove the scales from your eyes. Seek the truth and be free. We are saying that today. Men who had vision, our African men were saying that in 1922. Ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new. And he goes on here. What have we found out? Something quite contrary to alien education. Africa, the land of jungle and forest, is attracting worldwide attention. The eyes of the great powers are looking towards Africa. The Englishman leaves his merry England. The Frenchman leaves his La Belle France. And even the American leaves his land of the free and home of the brave, sweet land of liberty. And they are only too glad to hasten to Africa, to breathe fresh air, enjoy her riches, though jungle and forest, exploiting, stealing, and killing. Africa is no longer unfit for habitation, and the savage inhuman cannibal is harmless. Now study the African inhuman savage cannibal. In East Africa, he compels his oppressors to take to their heels. He has found out the evils of white superiority. He, the African, must make his own lord and master. In Morocco, he gave the Spaniards a severe beating. In Spain, if Spain is for the Spaniards, why not Morocco for the Moors? The native African is proving to the world that he is not inferior to the Caucasian. Again, if we seek the truth, we will find out that whereas the Caucasian has produced a Nelson, a Cromwell, a Wellington, a Napoleon, a Lincoln, a Shakespeare, a Longfellow, George, Lloyd George, a Harding, a Wells, a Clemenceau, the African has produced a Solomon, a Hannibal, Lucius Septimus Severus, Augustine, Louverture, Gelasius, Kojo, Dumas, Pushkin, Dunbar, Garvey, you just name them. In those days, our men and women were conscious of that. So my friends, my brothers and sisters, this is nothing new. We are only continuing. We are only continuing in the things that were set for us by men like Garvey and men like Chancellor Williams and men like Dr. John Henry Clark, who is still here, and others. That is what we're doing. And this continuation must go on. It cannot stop. What I have to say further is, no matter what you do, I said a while ago, I'll repeat it, we are going to be the same in the eyes of those others. I said drop them, I'll even say forget them. We have to take from them what they took from us. The Nigerian government in the days of the 70s, when the oil boom was ringing and all over the world, down even in Trinidad and other places, and money was flowing like a thing they have been saying in those Creole countries like glow cocoa. Money was flowing like coconut water. And you could get any amount of money when in the oil boom in those islands and those areas. The Nigerian government went to Margaret Thatcher and offered her billions of dollars to get back the Benin bronzes and the Ife sculptures from the British Museum. And I tell you, I know the British Museum well. My beautiful sister there, Carol, will tell you, Carol Taylor, we were very close in England and we're still close now. Wonderful sister. And she will tell you, that was my second home, the British Museum, in doing research and moving around. And do you know, if you take African sculpture and art and Egyptian and Kemetic sculpture and art from the British Museum, it's going to be empty. Empty. I'm serious about that. Empty, empty, and it's going to have dusty little scripts and manuscripts by Mozart and, you know, others. Little bits of papers of what Lord Allenbury did and what Nelson did and what blah, blah, blah did at the Battle of Trafalgar and this kind of nonsense. But the museum is going to be empty. The same thing can happen in those metropolitan museums they have in New York. Thatcher said no. We colonized the country. It was ours. We controlled it. So we can't give it back. Well, this is the kind of thing we're going to face. All that they have taken from the lands, not to mention the fantastic copper and gold and silver reserves that are somewhere in Belgium and Germany and other places. We'll never get that back. All right? Let us make sure that they don't come out and they don't even take out of Africa excreta out of Africa. Let's make sure they don't take anything out of Africa. I mean that. There is no half and half measure. You cannot be saying that you're an African and you want to get out of that terrible state that we're in, because we are in a terrible state, a state that is much worse than before. As Brother Samori was telling you, they want to go back to the old days and buy lands and pay for land. They think money can buy everything. But I tell you this, I don't know how many of you see some of those terrible, perverted shows that they have in the mornings. Every single one of those people that run those shows, it's some kind of, they're not hung up about, white people are not hung up about sex. They're hung up about sex perversions. That's what they're hung up about. You only have to turn your television set up in the mornings and you're going to see men there with beards and with high heels and God knows what else. Women that are going with women and doing all kinds of funny, strange things that they taught our young people. They taught our young people. That's who's going to rule the world still. Well, you know what's going to happen to those integrationists? We are going to become a race like they are, a race of perverts, if we do not do something about it and get out of it. Because they have nothing to offer. Even their own historians tell you, when they went to the Caribbean, when they came here, when they went to Brazil, wherever they went, the most low-down, loathsome white overseer took hold of our girls and did all kind of fantastic, nasty things to them. Some of them not only took our girls, they took our boys. They were what I think they would say they were two-way stretches. And they took our girls and our boys, and with, you know. And that's what they taught them. And today, my sisters and my brothers, they are trying to put this blame on you and on me. We cannot allow it if we are really Africans. The people who are responsible for the mystery system, they did not think in that way. They did not. Even their education is stuck on one thing. They're worrying on how, they're not worrying about the other things in the curriculum. But one aspect of the curriculum alone that seems to be taking up the whole time of the media and all the big great brains we have here is the one that does with gays. As though education has to deal only with gays. And that's what they're about. White people can never rise above sex, my brothers and sisters. Let us put that in our minds and know that. You watch those simpering people on the, you know, and they look like the devil too. Malcolm was right. Malcolm was right. And I say this thing forcefully, and I mean it. Because, you know, if this kind of thing is not stopped, Let us forget about teaching, trying to teach our children, change curriculums and all of that, you know. We have to do it. We have to start the ball a-rolling. And one point I want to make, we should not follow in their steps. We have a habit, like they have, of talking about or giving plaudits to our men and women who do things among us. You don't have to be an intellectual. Sometimes intellectuals, they can't be trusted. There are exceptions, admittedly. But I'm saying, all of us, we wait until they die to say nice things in churches about them. Why can't we show them while they're alive that we love them and the work that they're doing? That is a Western European habit we have that we must break. I'm not saying that you don't. What is the point of having a great big monument at the corner of a street or the inside of a park to one of our great men? You know what's going to happen? Pigeons are going to drop their business on his head, and he's going to stay there. And perhaps people might write graffiti on it. Who knows? I'm not saying that you shouldn't have these things. But at the same time, while our people are alive, let us cherish them. You cannot get a Chancellor Williams again. You can get somebody else who perhaps would be even doing more than he did. But let us, while he was alive, we allow our men and our women to vegetate and stay like cobwebs in homes for the aged, and we leave them there waiting to die. It is not right, my sisters and brothers. While they are with us, they need to be shown at least some kind of humanity. We talk about this great humanity that we have. Where is it? It did not extend itself to Chancellor Williams. It did not extend itself, or it has not extended itself to John Jackson. I was fortunate enough, and I say fortunate, 19 or 17 or 19 years ago, I was in an office, sharing an office with Bill Mackey and John Jackson, and Dr. Clark was teaching in the evening. He was, apart from his full-time job at Hunter College, he was teaching classes at City College, and at nights when these men met, I would only sit down and listen. And I learned more from them in there. These men were just talking, and I had the benefit. All the books I got from John Jackson, he gave them to me and autographed them for me, and I prized them. I wouldn't lend them to myself, even, those books. And so I'm saying, these are jewels that we should cherish. I still use a syllabus. If Dr. Clark is not there, don't let him know that I said that. But it is his syllabus. I've never seen a syllabus like that in my life. Not only I use it, Jeff uses it, James uses it. It's a powerful syllabus that he had done years and years ago. A masterful piece that should be an example for all people teaching in Africana Studies Department, all people who want to teach their children. It's a powerful piece of work. It's a book on its own. It is a book on its own. And I have a copy that he'd given me that I don't lend it to, again, myself, you know. I cherish it. But I'm saying to you, it is now that we want. He's not the only one. Chancellor Williams is not the only one. We had other men who were very vibrant in the fight, because it is a struggle. When you are born, If you are born black, you are born to struggle. I don't care whether you are bourgeois or doujois or no-joie or whatever joie, but you are born. Don't let those bourgeois people sing, because they're in as much salt as you and I are in. But at least we don't walk on our knees, we walk strong on our feet. They've been walking on their knees all their life. I doubt if they would be able to walk on their feet now. I doubt it. And some of the best minds, I have heard some of the best minds root like dogs for scraps of favor. I have. They're still doing it. Some of the men are unsung, unheard of. At a time when, that's the thing I was afraid of. I just said at a time, and I was showed time. You know, tomorrow, okay. And there was a time in the struggle in the 20s and the 30s. There were lots of people involved in it. Lots of men whose names you don't hear. Men who were, they call them street corner orators, who were in the streets of Harlem and the streets all over, saying the same thing that we are sitting here and what we are saying now. They were on the streets saying that. People like Hubert Harrison, they called him the Black Socrates, a brilliant man. Dr. Clark knew him well. He had other men, Claude McKay. Claude McKay, although he came from Jamaica, but how much African he was. He could write one of the most powerful poems, If We Must Die. The fact that he came from Jamaica didn't mean a thing. That was an African talking, if we must die. If all Africans must die. That's what he was talking about. They had other people, Richard Moore, who had the bookstore in Harlem, the Frederick Douglass bookstore. They had others too, men who had come from all over the Caribbean and from everywhere. People like Richard Moore, Cyril Briggs, Wilfred Domingo. Dr. Clark knew them well. They were there struggling, street corners, doing what we are doing today. And the struggle must continue, and it must go on as it's going on. There is no hope if we don't continue it. And on that note, I'd like to tell you that Chancellor Williams made one statement, and that statement applies as well as he do. In his book, before you even read the book, he said something that should force you to read. There are those who have studied the book, like my good brother Leo sitting there, who've had it in classes, you know, study groups, and who know a lot about the book. But Chancellor said something in the book. I always like to remind people of it. It's something he used here at the beginning of the book, if I can find it. And I'll depart after I have found it. And he says, oh boy, it's not there. And he's something about to do with history. Oh yes. He starts part one. He starts his book like that. What became of the black people of Sumer? The traveler asked the old man. For ancient records show that the people of Sumer were black. What happened to them? Ah, the old man sighed. They lost their history, so they died. Brothers and sisters, don't let our history die. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Brother Scobie and remind you that we will be having a discussion, an intense one we hope, following the presentations. I just want to say a couple of things because I feel I have a responsibility to do so. That while I would never attempt to take credit away from Europeans for what they have done, I think we should be careful, and we have to be careful sometimes in the manner in which we pose or juxtapose the evils of Europeans against those of Africans. I remember John Henry Clark once said something which, when the first few lines of this axiom or the first few words of the axiom begun to offend some people, myself included. But as he developed the thought, I realized where he was going, and I agreed with him 100%. He said that African people, that we are perfect people. We are perfect. And I had a little problem with that, except he went on to explain. He said, like, we're perfect like any other people, in that we have inherent in us both positive and negative contradictions. We have to have that dialectic in order to make us what we are, otherwise we are something else. We won't be human. We have our brigands, and we have our kings, and we have our altruists, and we have our traitors, and so on and so forth. Conversely, so do other people. And I think that while it is true that we should never shy away from, as I said, give people full credit for the crimes which they have perpetrated against us, we need to not, for a moment, attempt to obfuscate what others within our own families have done. I, for one, am beyond the point at which I would want to devote a lot of time to us talking about what white people have done. I think we need to continue to do that. I think as we approach the 21st century, we need to focus on the internal contradictions within the African continent, within the African family, and take a hard look at what is wrong and why we aren't going where we're supposed to go. I think when we look, well, sometimes when we talk about what happened to Africa, what happened to the destruction of the African continent? If you're saying to me that the European is not a Superman, if you say that he's not a Superman, he's a regular person like everybody else, and you're saying to me that in the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, he came to Africa. Mind you, we didn't have the Concorde in those days. There was no QE-2. There weren't any B-52s and B-2 bombers. So a handful of people came in some sailing ships to the African continent. And after they left, the entire continent collapsed. A whole people, a whole continent was enslaved. So either we are saying on the one hand that these handful of people who came were supermen, or we are saying dialectically that he had some help. He had some help. So I think we have to take a hard look at this. Who killed Malcolm X? We understand that there are forces behind, but we're not going to make any progress until and unless we recognize the enemy within. I am saying to you that we must come to grips with that. Let's not play any games with ourselves anymore. We are on the threshold of the 21st century. Who killed Patrice Lumumba? Who killed Amilcar Cabral? Who killed Walter Rodney? Who killed Mariam Ngouabi? Let's be clear about this. So what I'm saying, let's be clear about what the others have done, but let's be clear about what we are doing to ourselves. You don't have those locks on your doors because Harry Bernstein or Louis Shapiro is about to take your mother off as she's coming from a nursing job at night. Let's look at what is wrong. Let's look at the root of what is wrong. Let's not take credit away from anybody else, but let's look at ourselves. I just want to reinforce that. I'm not saying to suggest or negate anything that was said before. Now, having said that, I'd like to point out that we are going to be moving into an area looking at the phenomenon of culture, psychocultural manipulation, the use, the control of our minds, of information. I don't believe that anybody in this room, or anybody who knows how to read, who has read a book, who has written a page of paper, can argue that over the years, over the centuries, that information has not been the major weapon against the emancipation of African people, as a major weapon in the arsenal used by our enemies against our emancipation. And the sister who will be speaking with us now, Sister Rashida Ismail Abu Bakr, is a psychologist. She's a poet and a number of other things, political analyst, originally born on the continent of Africa. She teaches at Rutgers University and elsewhere at Pratt University, also here in New York City, Sister Rashida Ishmael Abubakar. I'd like to invite her to the podium now.
I'm really sorry. Thank you. I want to say how intimidating to some extent it is to be here this afternoon. When I first came here to study, it was my intent, along with a few of us, that we were going to be this new group, this new cultural group in Africa, in particular in West Africa, who was going to bring about a whole new cultural movement and a theater. And I was going to be Africa's first opera singer. My husband at that time was going to be the first musician who would connect the music that African people had created in the West with the music that was still being done in Africa. And we came here and went to our universities and found ourselves looking for the American Negro and not being able to find them because in so many ways, physically, they looked like us, so we couldn't use the physical criteria. And then we tried to find another way that would tell us where these American Negroes were. It started to boil down to what we could perceive would be a kind of behavior that was culturally based. Finally, we found that there was such a minuscule difference that we couldn't use the term anymore. So we just started to see them as another part of the family. But there were cultural and, I would say, political forces that were working from the very onset against it. At the beginning, it was extremely subtle, so one didn't always understand what was happening, what was actually happening to one, and also what one was seeing but not seeing. It was perhaps in '61, when I was about ready to graduate with my bachelor's, that everything kind of came to a head. Patrice Lumumba was assassinated, and there was a call from a group of students born on the continent, the All African Students Union, nationwide, to make a very strong protest. And it was in this process that I really began to evaluate what my contribution would mean to Africa and to African people. After graduation, I went home and worked for about a year. I came back on a government fellowship. A part of it, at least 45 to perhaps even as much as 60% of it, was supported by the United States government. When we got here, we were given about a 2-page list of places and people who were deemed, I'm trying to put it delicately, kind of controversial, shall we say, and could possibly take our minds away from our task, which was to gain these graduate degrees and become a part of the intellectual elite that Dr. Scobie just talked about. Lo and behold, at least 20 of these people on the very first page, or groups, were all people and groups that I had known. And I not felt that they had sort of led me astray. But I must say that one of the places I'd always wanted to go, and did come immediately, was to Harlem. So I thought, well, I'd better get some information about these groups. So I got on the subway, and I went to the Schomburg. And that was probably the worst thing I could have ever done, because I couldn't take myself away from that place. It was in the old building, the one next door to the new one. And Dr. Hudson was the curator. And there was this person sitting in the back. So I just thought, this is the local eccentric, you know, every community has one. This person, you could only see the top of his head, buried beneath piles and piles of books on one side and magazines and newspapers on the other side. And one day, I was looking for a book, and nobody seemed to have heard of this book. And I thought, this is really weird. I can't believe that I could come to the Schomburg and I can't find this book. And I think I was sort of fussing to myself. And out from this pile of books came this voice: "You Africans are always causing trouble in the wrong places, so I'm ready to see who is this person in the pile saying such a horrific thing." And it was Dr. Clark, buried underneath all these books. And he said, just go to shelf da-da-da-da-da and go to the row la-la-la-la-la, and there you will find volume 1 and volume 2. Oh my God. And I went, and it was there. And I said to somebody, you know, this is very strange. This little weird man sitting back there told me da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and it was true. He said, oh, you don't know who is that? That's Dr. John Henry Clark. So yes. Okay, so it's Dr. John Henry Clark. No. And this and this and this. And it was at that time that the book he had edited on the history of Harlem was quite in vogue, I say in vogue at that time. And so I read this book to get a sense of him. And he'd also edited a collection of short stories by Black writers. And I got a sense of him. And after that, I would try to arrange that I could come to the Schomburg at least once a week. And Dr. Clark was always there. And I say that in most humble way, that the friendship or the familyhood, I always think of him as my intellectual father, or one of my intellectual fathers, because he was always, as much as he knew, he was always trying to find out more. And the purpose of that information was to give and to share. And I just want to take that moment, tell that story, to pay tribute to him, as we also mentioned Chancellor Williams, whom I didn't have the good fortune to know like that. I'd met him, but I didn't have the good fortune to know him as I knew and as I had to know Dr. Clark, having gone to his house many times and having been in his presence. I can assure you it's a learning experience unto itself. And it was out of that I began to find, I guess you could say, find my way from one discipline perhaps to another, which sort of led me into a strange field called Black psychology. And I say strange because at Rutgers, where I have been for 16 years, I have just, at least I had tendered my resignation. They have decided to give me a year to make a final decision, but I think that I will not go back next year. That is not to say that I don't object to having worked with very fine scholars, but I think that after 16 years, it creates a space for someone else to come along, and they must make their mistakes and find their paths just as I did. And I think that I feel comfortable with this decision. But the reason that I found myself going into more and more into Black psychology was because I was very dissatisfied with the psychology as a discipline, the way I was being taught. As a result of that, and my political awareness, I lost my scholarship and had to work all through graduate school. Those of you who have done it, you know how difficult it is. But you know, one does what one has to do at the time you have to do it, in the way that you have to do it, and you hope you have the strength to do it, and you find the strength. I mean, nobody is as weak as people would have us all believe. We are really very strong. Whoever put this protoplasm together is truly a supreme being, because it operates sometimes whether we like it or not, or even in opposition to our will to survive. So it was out of all of this that I found myself finding my path. But I had very few mentors. One of the good fortunes that I had was when I was doing my master's, I had the good fortune to be placed in Harlem at a daycare center that had a traditional African board, and that was Hope Daycare Center. And they had an all-African board that had started on its own. At that time, the Division of Early Childhood was under the Division of the Welfare Department, and one could bring their children there for other reasons. I'm telling you all this for a reason. I hope I'm not boring you. At any rate, it was there that I met, and through the board, that I met Dr. Margaret Lawrence, whose daughter has immortalized her in Balm and Gilead. That was Dr. Margaret Lawrence, and Dr. June Christmas, who became the first Black Commissioner for Health. Those two women, along with Lillian Vaughn, who was my site supervisor, those three women, but the latter two in particular, really helped me shape and focus how I could remain in a discipline like psychology, and told me literally to use those things that I knew and to find a way to merge them. And they didn't think me crazy. They didn't think me silly. They didn't think that I was trying to do a black-white behavior. I wasn't trying to create an alternative of white psychology as a discipline and color it black. I was really saying very much what Chancellor Williams says, that the concept that African people and that Africa is an empty vessel that can only be fulfilled from without. He says that is when the destruction of Black civilization began, when this vessel began to be filled from without, that it was a negative encounter, and that it increased in its negativity, and thus it thwarted the possibilities or the constant rise, the rise of rightness was constantly under attack by the negative onslaught. And so all of these things, and all of the people that I was meeting, and all of the excitement of the 60s and the 70s really propelled me to study more and to listen more and to try to find some way that I could stay in behavioral sciences, but find a way that I could focus and know when a particular modality would be more effective for African people, because I had made a choice that those were the people that I preferred to be with and to use my capacities for. And it was along this whole process that I came to where I guess I found myself struggling 16 years ago. Very basically, Black psychology, as I have been teaching, comes out of a theory, not necessarily a theory in the sense of a hypothesis, but it proposes that African people are a non-dichotomous people, and that their existence is the manifestation of, is the positive manifestation of the existence of God. Now, that could be termed as a materialistic God, which a lot of people who have read Marx would understand. But what it means is that religion, or a sense of ethics, is the essence of African development of the psyche. So that there is no original sin. Therefore, the color that people are is neither a blessing nor a curse, but it is rather a reflection of climate and all of those things that identify a person or a people with land, with flora and fauna, and with whatever god or gods they believe operate in that territory. So you take away the notion of original sin, you place the human being in the center of his or her own life. Therefore the drama, the enactment of their behavior, the enactment of their activity becomes ethical. And it is ethical because they are the positive manifestation of God, not the negative manifestation of God. Therefore, to be black is not the manifestation of the sin or the curse of God as the inherent evil of African people. This life then is ordered around three basic principles. One is the moral order, the other is the natural order, and the other is the one which encompasses the Godhead. First, it places the human being in relation to all other things. It says that the human being has a responsibility for being at the top of the animal pyramid, and therefore it has a responsibility for itself and for all other species of life. The primary responsibility is to respect and to take care of, one, the human species and all other animal forms, flora and fauna, which you could say today is basic ecology. But our parents were talking about that at the very beginning of time. There is also the relationship between the human species, one to the other. That is the relationship of people within a family. It is the responsibility of the parents to be the custodians of the life. They are only the custodians, and the primary purpose of parents is to take care of the generation to whom they are the custodians, so that that generation will, one, be the continuum, and two, the affirmation that a supreme being or God does exist, because it is that group which will be the potential for the parents of the future. At the same time, they are assuring themselves of ancestral or antiquity, because they will become the grandparents of the children to whom they are caring for at that time. So that the things work in a kind of a triad, but the triad is overlaid from the center going backward, rather than starting in the middle and going forward. The future is only assured because the present exists. The present exists because the past exists. Then you have the relationship of, and the acknowledgement of what the environment does. Everybody, most African religions say that they know who their gods are by the particular gifts that they give. In my area, we say that the bananas are gods, and fruits and vegetables that grow wild, that do not require human hand. Those are God's promises, or I'm using God as a generic term. Those are God's assurances that this being will never forsake, because it will provide the sustenance of the creatures that are created. So that there is this inherent then activity, which that is what I call behavior. It is the activity that we engage in, and so therefore the behavior is supposed to be good. And therefore, when you do your duty, it is a form of worship. So that there is no separation between when you worship, how you worship, if you worship, and if you live. To live is to be in a state of goodness. And that is the balance that we struggle for. So that when we talk about what Samori is saying about recognizing that part of us that doesn't do what it should do, when we violate the order, when we do not, as my grandmother used to say, if you give your brother bread for stone, he will give you back broken teeth. That is what we have right now in Africa and in the African world. And it's this part that I'd like to focus on now and sort of bring it to a close. What we have done is we have seen ourselves surrounded by a superhuman strength that is called white people. And we have seen ourselves within the interior of that as a weakened, victimized people. Psychologically, it then means that we have been rendered destroyed. It is only in the reclamation, the restoration of the black psyche that we then take ourselves out of this malaise and put ourselves on the stage of humankind. We cannot even imagine that we have the possibility to change some of the most basic things in our lives, lest someone else comes in. One identifies it for us, and then in that definition, therefore, prescribes the treatment. So that what we say when we go these development schemes in Africa, we say we have to go there and teach these women how to be mothers. But they have been mothers all this time, and when they come, they find people. The illnesses that they find, who is responsible? Everybody wants to say who is responsible. When people are left alone, they create and develop within the context of their land, of their geographic, and of their cultural space. You can bring certainly certain kinds of advancements, and I use that in quotes, but the basic structure has to fit, has to be customized, shall we say, to the cultural dictates of where people are. That is, that you should not think that just because you cannot introduce tropical fruits in Sweden, that the Swedes are backward, cannot grow, and that there's something innately inferior to the soil of Sweden. It comes out of a climatic difference. Nor should we assume that because we don't have snow in northern Ghana, that there's something wrong and therefore we must import some chemical means of manufacturing snow as we do in Vermont. The two things are not comparable, and they can both exist in their own geographic locations without a need to compare one better or one worse than the other. And so often we get caught up in that. And that is because we haven't the ability to perceive ourselves in the center of the drama of our own lives. And that is what we have to struggle for the currency of ourselves in our lives, to take control of ourselves. If you show me a child who is misbehaving in any classroom from K to 12, I will show you a child who comes from a household where diet is probably a major problem, where there is an excessive amount of fats, where there's an excessive amount of sugar, where there's an excessive amount of salt, and where there is little social intercourse, that is modulated, loving, careful undertones to the information that is passed between the custodians, whoever they are, whether they are the biological parents or not, the custodians in that child's life, and the expectations that are already shared with that child. We are social animals, and we cannot survive without another human species. Therefore, all that we learn from each other, even when we learn something negative. You cannot have a language around a child that is very inhumane, very ungracious, and expect that child to go to school and act like a good little girl and listen. Where does the child take the rage? What does the child do about how horrible they feel? How can you say, I know you can do better, when there's nothing in that child's life, no human being has said to that child, I care enough for you that I will not let you be hungry. I will give you a balanced diet. I will give you sufficient clothing. I will teach you basic social skills so that you will be able to present yourself in the best light possible, which will bring honor to you and therefore perhaps to me, instead of putting it the other way around. We have to redefine our goals, our values. What is it that we see in that child? The child is not an extension of ourselves. We are the custodians of our children. That means we are the primary caretakers. That is our responsibility by even having life ourselves. And it is only that way that we can continue, And that goes for all the other things that we do. We cannot say that I'm selling this particular thing because if I don't sell it, somebody else will. You've already compromised, which means at that point that you know you're doing something that is wrong. How you make it end does not take away nor begin to restore your own psyche, because you are participating in a negative activity. We have to be able to say that it's all right if we don't get 95s or our children don't get 95s on an exam. We have to be able to say, I will love you if you get a 70. I would like it if you got a 90, but I will still love you if you get a 70. We have to be able to love ourselves even when we're not as good as we would like to be. And there you can borrow a European psychologist. Maslow has this thing called self-actualization. And the last part of this test has to do with bringing all the elements of a human being together. And out of that bringing one's self into being. And he says that a self-actualized person is one who has the capacity to love themselves along with the good, and I'm using absolute terms, the good and the bad, the positive and the negative. Too often in our quest to reconstruct the African glory, we cite only the glory. We do not cite the negative. It is only in knowing what is wrong so that we could know what not to do. Otherwise, we may find ourselves repeating too many things that would best be left in antiquity. One of those things, and I'm winding down, one of those things we're going to talk about tomorrow night on WBAI is this new business about whether or not clitoridectomy is something that we need to consider as something to be occurring in the 20th century. I would, just because it occurred in the past and therefore there was a reason for it, so consequently it should be kept alive because there is a reason for it. Well, at one time we did a lot of things, and we have stopped doing those things because we have found that they had deleterious consequences psychologically and physiologically. There is no reason to continue doing something wrong. And that is, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that is the end of it. What I would like to see us do would be to really be able slowly develop this muscle, this psychological apparatus, consider it a muscle. I would like to see us exercise this muscle daily to find one thing that we really see as our strength, and then find one thing that we see as our weakness and try to develop the stronger thing so securely that we will begin by process of elimination to decrease the weakness. Someone who suddenly has had a life that was organized around drinking, around alcohol, and I'm talking about when it is out of control. Mm-hmm. There are certain social things and physiological things that you have done to yourself and your environment in that process of drinking. Yes, you have gone to work, but you've organized other aspects of your time and demands of your body where that alcohol has been there. You cannot suddenly cut it out because one, the body has already developed a dependency on it. So it will create a response in you, not just the urge to drink, but also the inability to function without it because you have made your body function with it. So you have to know what you need to put in your body that would compensate and at the same time build the body now that you are no longer doing the drinking excessively. And at the same time, because you have dislodged this, you have to now also create other social activities that you can do that will also be as rewarding and at the same time will be positive for you. That is how you have to think of yourself. Because you live in an environment of international oppression, whether it is racism, whether it is sexism, whether it is class or cultural differences, because you live in an environment where that has permeated our lives to such minutia that you have within one family people arguing over whether or not they should be traditional Yoruba in 1992, having not been on the continent for 500 years, right? Christians and Islam, or even Judaism, or even atheism. All of that exists sometimes in the context of one family. But what was the social fabric of that family unit constructed around, and what was the goodness of it? So you look at the philosophical imperatives of that family and say the strength of this family has been organized around whatever. And if I go away from that, I have to be able to identify and take the strength of that family unit into wherever I go. And if that new place that I'm going does not accommodate in a glorious way what I have brought with me, it may not be the structure I need to go. It does not mean that you cannot appreciate Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Yoruba, Buddhism, or whatever. It just means that there's been a cultural and a psychic history that you may not be ready for that at that time. So I would like to just close with, because somebody said that there would be time for questions and answers. I would just like us to try to get ourselves in a psychological state where we would not have to compare the strengths of ourselves with past glories in a very general way of Africa. That is not to say that we do not use that as inspiration for where we should be and where we need to go beyond. And nor at the same time do we need to demonize any other group for their extreme lack of humanity in their dealings with us. They are just as psychologically destroyed for doing what they're doing as we may be for having been the recipients. But I assure you, racism is a social disease. It is sexually transmitted, just like syphilis. It is contagious, and it is deadly, and it destroys the host and the recipient. It is when you destroy the germ that both the host and the recipient have the possibilities of physical and psychological health. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rashida. In a minute, we're going to be introducing Professor John Henry Clark, and we expect Brother James Smalls joining us as well, following which we will have enter into a discussion period. I just want to reinforce a couple of things that the speakers have said thus far. Brother Scobie mentioned earlier was discussing the question of our lack of control, address the issue of power and the lack of power which our people, which are reflected in our existence today. And Rashida, in discussing the manner in which the society and values which are imposed upon our young people and our family entities and all other social structures within which we exist determine our lives, also help to shape our relationship to this question of power. Many of us, in fact all of us, quoted and referred to stories, little experiences, little bits and pieces we picked up from Professor John Henry Clark. I talked earlier about his statement about the completeness of the African family, having within it both positives and negatives. And I wouldn't wish to extend that to anybody else, since we're really just addressing the question of the African family. I also want to reinforce the point that I don't want to take credit away from anyone for having put us in the position or worked very hard and continue to work very hard to put us in the position where we are in now, which is what Brother Scobie was talking about. Our theme is the question of the destruction of black civilization. And I'm sure that Professor Clark, in addressing this, will also talk about the reconstruction of black civilization as well. May I now please present Dr. John Henry Clark.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here and be a part of this conflict. I was born in conflict and I expect to die in it. My colleagues are kinder to our enemies than I hope to be, and kinder than I'm willing to be. I do not in any way intend to let any black off the hook or shy away from identifying the responsibility we have for our predicament. Nor do I intend to rationalize anything European, because no freedom loving people ever came out of Europe. No humanity ever came out of Europe. And that every invader that ever hit the shore of every country in the world did more harm than good. We are hung up with a lie that we're going to have to get rid of. The lie about the invader and the conqueror as the spreader of civilization. No one ever spread any civilization anywhere, anytime, any place. This is just as true when blacks are invading blacks. It's true across the board. People do not invade other people's country to spread civilization. They take over their way of life, laugh at their gods to benefit themselves. Now the subject is the destruction of African civilization. My approach is that you can destroy something by neglecting it. I am always in the process of finishing a book. I write as well as I breathe because it is a way of life. I'm finishing a book of my speeches for Kent State called Who Betrayed the African World Revolution, and 5 other speeches. I've just finished editing Who Betrayed the African World Revolution. I am strong at assessing responsibility to Africans for what they did and what they failed to do in bringing off their revolution and betraying their revolution and destroying their own potential. I am also strong in assessing guilt to our enemies. I will not argue whether the Jews killed Christ. One Roman soldier standing by was so powerful, all he had to say is that, leave that man alone. That'd been the end of it. Rome was in charge of that part of the world at the time. So the responsibility for life, for Christ's death, rests with the Romans. I will not argue about who was responsible for the life of Malcolm X, because the way he was killed was not a black killing style. The esprit de corps, the style, the method was not black. I will acknowledge that black hands could have pulled the trigger. But if you examine the body, the way the bullets hit the body, all those bullets didn't come straight from that audience. Some of those bullets was coming from another direction. So those who wanted him killed wanted to be absolutely sure if the black assassins didn't get him, there'd be other bullets coming from another direction. We are passion killers. If you steal a black man's country, you might get away with it. Steal a black man's woman, he'll kill you. Black man say, I'm gonna kill you. Avoid him 24 hours, maybe his passion will cool down and he'll forget about it. Everything has its style. I want to talk briefly on how you destroy things by neglecting them. You can destroy a flower by not giving it water. You can destroy a marriage without giving it love. You can destroy the disposition of a child without giving it a hug. We destroyed the great potential of the reclaiming of African civilization by not staking our claim at the right time. At the time after the Supreme Court decision the freedom rides, the rise of the civil rights movement, the rise of the concept of a Caribbean Federation, the stirring of the African independence movement, principally after the independence of Ghana in 1957, there was a merger, or could have been a merger, of the Caribbean effort, the African American effort, and the African effort. We didn't bring it together, we blew it. Everybody doing his private thing and not coming together. Now, if the black American had been understood, because he is, for better or worse, the best technically trained African on the face of the earth, although he is undertrained. Being undertrained, he is still the best technically trained African on the face of the earth. He's the one African trained in combined military operation, land, air, and sea. He's the best trained in research. He don't know what the hell to do with it, and he'll research for white folks more than he research for black people. He won't even look up his grandma. Now in the West Indies, they know more about white kings than they know about Tacky and Mansong and all the traditional Caribbean leaders of slave revolts. In Brazil, they know more about Brazilian or Portuguese reprobates than they know about Zumbi and the great African rebels. So I'm saying that we have not used our best equipment to reclaim a special kind of civilization that we produce, and that is a civilization and a heritage of resistance. Now, in the United States, because of the institutions that we had to build, each African people functioned under a circumstances dictated by his oppressor or his colonial master. We don't talk about superiority or inferiority, better or worse, because that's stupid. We're talking about each one trapped by a circumstance of history over which neither one had any control. And each one is behaving under this circumstance as best he could. And each one must be understood in the light of this circumstance. Why then did the black American produce more entrepreneurship prior to a bag of worms called integration than any other African? Why then, come that bag of worms, he threw it away, so happy to become a part of someone else's thing, eat someone else's food that didn't taste good in the first place, but at least he was with them. He had not established a firm belief in something the circumstances of history forced him to create, and that is an independent institution. People rise and fall within the context of institutions in no other way. Institutions are the frameworks that people create. A civilization, a culture container when you take them out of the original culture container of their creation. Now, it is here in the United States where black Americans and exiled Caribbean scholars who couldn't get to first base in the Caribbean because the Caribbeans always exiled their scholars because you couldn't last a day at home unless you get killed. So they send their scholars over here and we become the beneficiaries of Caribbean scholarship. This is what makes black American intellectualism so unique. They not only become the beneficiary of Caribbean scholarship, they become the beneficiary of some African scholarship that can't be understood in Africa. So having this beautiful deuce mixture of scholars, a unique intellectual being that could be called a special kind of civilization was created. This did not prove anybody was better than anybody. It proved that somebody was different, and difference is never better or worse. Difference is difference, and that's what you have to deal with. And everybody have to take that damn nose out of the damn air and understand that. We keep parading before each other based on who our master. What we're doing, we make comparative studies of slave masters. My slave master better than your slave master. Well, hell, if you're against slave masters, none of them were good. Now, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to prove how all three of us failed to make claims that we could have made, which would have put us in a position not only to make the proper claim for our civilization, but to make a claim on the world over and above the claims that we have made. We got hung up with foreigners' religion. We got hung up with concepts that we didn't create. We will not acknowledge the fact that prior to the coming of foreigners, fakers and fools to Africa, there was no word in any African language that meant G-O-D. All of these are foreign imports, and yet we had the greatest spirituality we ever had before we heard the name Christ, which is a foreign creation. We had Christianity, we had democracy, we had humanity, we had built civilizations and structures of life that lasted thousands of years without the word jail because no one had ever gone to one. We didn't have the word divorce because no one ever had one. Now you tell me this is an uncivilized people? Never heard of an orphanage because no one ever thrown away any children? Never heard of what old people's home because no one ever threw away grandma? That's a civilization. That's humanity. In my own travels in Africa, and I traveled extensively in Africa. I read every book on Africa I could get. Then I took a little money I made hustling at NBC at night, semi-executive job, house manager. I was a chief porter. Head of the cleanup crew. Then I graduated to kind of a clerical job. But the most important thing is I saved enough money to go to Africa and stay a year. That's my main point. Go and get my people to get lost. So I'm traveling. I always travel third class in Africa, cheap as I can be, you know. So I'm on the border between Ghana and Togo, right by the city called Aflao. traveling with an airway who's got a family there. They put us up for the night. They don't know me. He hadn't seen them in 3 years. They don't know he's coming. And they put us up and greet us nicely. Prepare us dinner for us. The wife is kidding the husband, and she's speaking perfect English, and he's a little clerk in Barclays Bank. And she said that they've got 3 children. She's not going to have any more babies until you promise to teach. When you married me, you promised to teach me to read. No more babies until you teach me to read. They're laughing about it, jostling. It was a beautiful human relationship. Came in the morning, everybody's lined up waiting. And I said, what is everybody waiting for? Waiting for you to take your shower. I said, what everybody waiting for me to take the shower? You're the guest. They didn't owe me nothing. I never did anything for them. Never seen them in my life. Ah, you see, this is Africa's beautiful kindness, her brotherhood. This is how white people got in. White people accepted kindness as capitulation. That barbarian from that icebox in Europe don't know how to accept kindness. And he took advantage of it. Well, anyway, I took a shower, and she served me breakfast. And the one thing, I grew up in an exceptionally poor family, sharecroppers from Alabama. I was so poor I couldn't refuse anything. But the one thing I would refuse is oatmeal. And that's what she served me for breakfast. I ate every mouthful. Now, my main point is that the way these Africans treated me, the kindness, the acceptance of my humanity, a stranger who they owed nothing, was a civilization. And when I departed, she was still kidding her husband by teaching her to read. I said, there's anything I can do for you? And she said she's having a hard time getting needles. He said he's having a hard time getting a special kind of a pipe. So I sent that to them, and by the end of the year, I was just halfway joking when I wrote them, and they answered, she answered. And she made a point to let me say, I wrote this letter. My husband finally taught me to read, and I'm pregnant again. There's a beautiful humanity in Africa's ways of life when we don't have to bother or be concerned with other people. We are a beautiful people, one to the other. And the ugliest things we do to each other sometimes involves catering to other people or trying to impress other people by letting their presence interfere with our relationship one to the other. What I'm saying is that 1957 to 1960 and 61, right straight on to the March on Washington, the African world had the attention of the world in such a manner, our former enemies thought we had power or potential power, and they were ready to make concessions to us. We blew it with the civil rights movement because it became a consumer rights movement. We were so anxious to get close to them, we didn't get close enough to ourselves. We didn't strengthen our institutions in this country. They blew it in the Caribbean Federation because they couldn't bring those islands together into a solid nation state, connected nation state. They had bought all of the color gradations that they still are hung up with. Jamaica could have become one of the great island nations of the world and could have become one of the great island civilizations of the world because it had forgotten, as most Caribbean nations had forgotten, their great revolutionary heritage. No one got across to Caribbean people in general, and Jamaicans in particular, that they had had in more than 200 years of struggle, and of all the Africans away from home, they had the most consistent revolutionary heritage. Now, there was 250 slave revolts in the United States, mostly failures. Failures because in the United States we were blocked in from all sides. We couldn't win. Even if we win, we would have eventually lost. Because we did not control the exit or the entry to the revolutionary area. In the Caribbean, they had the one thing essential to the success of a revolution: the control of the exit and the entry to the revolutionary area. They had the hills. They knew the river bottoms. They had running space. And they made the best use of it and got concessions over and above that the black American could get, and created, especially in Jamaica, a Caribbean free man who created a class of illiterate people who could contact with the African American free man in the 19th century. And what we have to do is to study the civilization of the Africans away from home in that 19th century. We have to study his claim, how he claimed his own African civilization. William Wells Brown's nonfiction, our first novelist, but study his book on Ethiopia, but study the premier African nationalist of the 19th century, who started Afrocentricity, not Afrocentricity because there's no such thing, African centricity or it's nothing, in the middle of the 18th century, 19th century. Martin Delany studied the life of Martin Delany and Robert Campbell, another Jamaican. Ruswam, a Jamaican. Prince Hall, a Barbadian, who found the Masons. You found in the 19th century, you see coming together Caribbean intellects, African American intellects, claiming the African civilization. But the greatest spokesman of them all, and the great scholar, was Edmund Blyden from the Virgin Islands. Went out in the 1850s and found his actual African family long before Ellis Haley. Wrote a classic work still worth studying, Islam, Christianity, and the Negro Race, book on African customs, book on Palestine, became president of Liberia College, He prophesied the whole Black Studies movement. In his inaugural address, 1881, Liberia College. Ambassador to England on two occasions, his relatives still very much alive. I'm saying that we had 200 years of activity of claiming African civilization, and we did not compromise in making that claim, and we were very clear about who invaded Africa and what they did. And some of us were clear about something very few of us are clear about now, and that is the Arabs. The Arabs were slave traders before Islam. And that every foreign religion that has come into Africa has been a rationale for slavery. I'm not so much as arguing against religion. They're not only far more democratic, they're far more, make more sense in it because they have some built-in humanity. It is easier to go and claim someone else's system and install it in your country than to look back and see, I had a system before these people got there. Let's see if that system has anything to offer me. One of the main reasons why African civilization was destroyed by whites deliberately, so that you can forget what you were before they came, is they must install a system that makes you dependent on them. Another reason it wasn't reclaimed by our intellect, because most of our intellects are intellectually lazy, and because they were trained by Europeans, they're afraid to challenge the Europeans who trained them. And they're afraid to contradict them. What we have to do in the long run is to sit down and take a look at where we went wrong, not only in claiming our civilization, but claiming our revolutionary heritage. That was another thing worthy of being called a civilization. We have been in revolt longer, more consistent than any people on the face of the earth. Why are we cringing after people who came out of a thawed-out icebox in Europe shooting babies in the back? If we were brave enough in the Caribbean islands to launch a series of slave revolts that lasted over 100 years, the same thing in the United States, then in Africa, anti-colonial revolts that outjumped some of the finest minds of Europe, and we have good reports on this. One of the best reports came from a young English reporter named Winston Churchill. There's a book called The River Wall, dealing with the British reconquest of the Sudan. Why haven't we made the best use of religion, and why haven't we made some separation of the revolutionary content of the religions of Africa? Why haven't we looked at the black side of Islam? Because most Muslims, I don't know a single black scholar who is a Muslim who is a scholar of Islam. No, you don't understand what I said. No. I don't know a single black scholar who is a Muslim who is a scholar of Islam. I know a bunch of blacks who are Arabists, and following that bunch of degenerates, as though they were a people. And they were slave traders before Islam, and they still are. Most of the enslavers of children. I have never seen a single black who was a Muslim who would dare discuss the invasion of the Western Sudan in 1591 and the exiling and the destruction of the great scholars at the University of St. Khoury at Timbuktu, and most of these scholars were Muslim, including the greatest of them all, Ahmed Baba. Won't discuss it. Won't talk about it. This destruction from North Africa by the Arabs against the African Muslims in the Western Sudan, Muslim against Muslims, made it possible for the slave trade to spread inland. After 1600, Africa's doom was a sealed and delivered fact. Because in North Africa, you had the last aspect of the Ottoman Empire, the Mamelukes. In East Africa, you had the Arab slave trade and the Portuguese meeting the Arab slave, forming a partnership, destroying African civilizations there. In West Africa, you had the Portuguese and the Spanish and subsequently the British. In inner West Africa, you had a destruction coming from the north, led by the Arabs and mercenary soldiers from Spain and parts of Europe. Later in South Africa, you had the Boers, and the Boers subsequently pushed the Africans who had originally welcomed them. Then the British came and pushed the Boers pushed the Zulus pushed back. Now you got wars all over Africa, and these wars are in destruction of African civilizations. You got Muslim revolutionaries that most Muslims know nothing about. Muhammad bin Abdullah Hassan in Somaliland fought for over 20 years, pushed the British out of Somalia. Muhammad Ahmed of the Sudan, called the Mahdi, who literally drove the British out of the Sudan, is the reconquest of the Sudan that Churchill wrote about in the River War. I feel myself getting warm and feeling more like a Baptist as I grew up in, so I got to find a way to taper this thing off now. Even without encouragement, I'm a Baptist preacher who never made it to the pulpit and an entertainer who never made it to the stage. There's so much to say here because this is a critical time in our history. We have had so many golden opportunities we threw to the wind. We're very kind to our enemies. We've made no critical analysis of those among us who we should put on trial. I have worked most of my life digging up information on black heroes, man and woman. I know of the black reprobates. I'd like to one day be free enough now to write a book about the great black reprobates of history, fakers, and I'd like to write a good book on Thibaut Tibb, the East African black slave trader who said he was a contract laborer, or maybe he was. I'd like to write a history on the great black fakers, Prester John and his imitators. I like to write history of some of the blacks who masqueraded as foreigners, who passed themselves off as kings, who were bastard children of bastard children. I like to know write the real story of Haile Selassie. So I'm not trying to sweep all of our bad boys under the rug. And I don't want to get no white people off the hook either. I wish black people would read a book called The Story of the Missionaries in Conquest. Stop getting so dewy-eyed over the religion some people, the missionaries did teach them to read. Yeah. The missionaries made the maps to show the soldiers how to take the country. The real story about the war in Uganda. What I'm saying is that I see no solution for African people, right or left, except some form of Pan-African nationalism. I've been a socialist most of my life, and I see no other intelligent way for man to live except in caring societies. And I don't necessarily have to go to Europe to get my socialism or my socialist example or my Christianity, because it's as old as functioning societies. I don't think the European character is capable of practicing socialism, democracy, or Christianity. I don't think communism failed. I think the communists failed. I don't think Christianity is a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea in the hands of the Europeans who are totally incapable of practicing it. We were practicing it all along without calling it any name. They had to formalize it, dogmatize it, then use it as a rationale to enslave other people. I'm a spiritualist myself, and I believe in the spirituality of people. I have studied the world's major organized religions, and all of them has been used as a rationale to enslave people. So therefore I belong to none of them and endorse none of them, and don't feel the need for any of them. Man was closer to God, whoever he or she was, before they were organized. The African tried to bring man in harmony with nature, while the European tried to defy nature. The spiritual force of the universe was everywhere, including inside of you. You didn't have to go to the church. If the spiritual force was in the water, you could stand by the water and pray. Now I maintain that if I decide to in my bathroom, I'd go in my bathroom and pray. I don't dislike churches, I dislike fakery. You have to say something. I think because we have undercounted ourselves and underestimated ourselves, we've quite forgotten that we were never a minority. There's 1 billion African people on the face of the earth. We can create industries overnight if we decided that we don't wear no underwear we don't make. We don't eat no food that don't come from one of our farms. We don't sleep on no mattresses we don't make. We don't bury our loved ones in any coffins we don't make. We take the coffin industry away from the mafia. We've forgotten our great potential as a people. When you want to destroy a people, you take away their self-confidence in the image of God as they originally conceived him or her to be. I have no problem with the her. If you got a problem with her, then you got a Western hang-up, because we created the her. Read Shekinah view of the culture unity of Africa. The female God did us no harm. If you've been listening to Hollywood and all the bad movies, then you might think her is somebody with a whip. There was a humane input into our lives based on our consideration of the possibility that while the female's life was different from ours, but it was equal in importance. So therefore we had no problem in making the female gods. Now in the final analysis, and I'm going to try to end it here because I don't know end things very well anyway. All I'm asking you to is not only to reclaim our civilization, but reclaim yourself. Reclaim your community. Reclaim your family. Reclaim your children. I'm asking you to talk to each other again. Sit down again. Have dinners and breakfasts with each other again. Praise your children. If they got a problem, what can I do for you? If they talk to you, they wouldn't have to take it to the street. But if they can't take it to you, if they can't talk to you, talk to your mate. If you got one, you haven't got one, there's one out there who wants somebody. Find one. Everybody needs somebody, a personality to massage another personality to stimulate growth. And a person who stands alone sometimes is not growing, not developing. Somewhere in the march of life, we made a wrong turn at a fork in the road. We read the signboards of history wrong. We have to go back to that fork of the road and see what signboard points to us. There are many interpretations of where we should go. My personal interpretation, you can take it for what it's worth, is that there is no lasting solution that leaves out Pan-African nationalism, and that our socialism would come under that umbrella if we want it. Our communism can come under that umbrella if we want it. And that we have to take into consideration that Africans did not create the nation state as we see it. That's a European concept of a state. Africa created the territorial state, cluster states coexisting. We have to claim those things that make us comfortable with each other. We have to stop worrying about whether anyone else approves of it or not. When this began to happen, when we began to care about our community, our children, our home, we begin to make our churches creative and productive, I will assume that we have read those signboards at the fork of the road properly, that we have at last found that sign that says Pan-African nationalism, and then we'll be on our way home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark. I know some of you are leaving, but before you do, we have a couple of things we want to ask you to do for us. The series that we're trying to put together, we want to make a special appeal for your support materially. Some of you have already paid the $3 coming in, but we want to ask you to make a special contribution to pay some expenses for at least one of the speakers from today's event, as well as some of the activities that will be coming up in a few weeks. We are working with Brother Richard Green on a series for the African History Month. It will be called the Maurice Bishop Malcolm X Lecture Series, 4-part series which we hope will be held here on consecutive Thursdays or Fridays. We haven't decided yet. We have to work out some logistical things with the center and some other events that are happening around the city, including the series that's done by the Patrice Lumumba Coalition in Harlem at the Harriet Tubman School, which this coming Friday is, you should get a flyer. It's going to be on a comparative analysis on Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. The title of it is Dr. King, Nonviolence and the Struggle for National Liberation in the Age of the Post-Cold War Era. And there are a number of speakers, including Daruba Ben-Wahad, Dr. James Garrett, Father Lucas Ilombe, and many others. And we hope you turn out for that one. We have some people who are passing around. We ask you to be generous. They say freedom isn't free. We do have a lot of work to do, and we trust that you will contribute to their requests. Also, in our audience, we have a brother who has been doing this kind of work. I want to give him about 5 or 6 minutes to share some notes with you, some thoughts. Brother who is a longtime Gambian. He's not as young as he might think or looks. I speak of Dr. Anderson Thompson. I want to invite him up here for a few minutes to share some thoughts with us along the same lines of what we've been talking about. Dr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and Hotel brothers and sisters. I'm more than happy to be with you this weekend here in the African community of New York City. It's been quite a blessing to have spent the past 5 to 6 days with Professor Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and Professor James Smalls. It's indeed been my pleasure to have spent this time in the city. I'd just like to report to you some of the things we're doing in the city of Chicago. We have finally brought together at least 25 Pan-African nationalist organizations, and we've put together a calendar which establishes what we will be doing from now to the year 2020. We've established 2020 as the 100th anniversary of the activity that took place in 1920, August 1st to the 31st, when the Universal Negro Improvement Association, under the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, met for more than a month during the month of August here in New York City at Madison Square Garden, with at least more than 25,000 people attending one of the sessions. So we feel that it's most important that we follow the path of Pan-Africanism with at least 4 basic principles. The first one being the primacy of Africa. The second one being the idea of regional economics, which of course many of our founding antecedents have given us master plans, from Paul Cuff to David Walker to Denmark Vesey to Henry Highland Garnett and Martin Delaney, Henry Highland Garnett, as I said before, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, Edward W. Blyden, moving us to Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and all the way up to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So we've had a tradition that we have been attempting to follow with those master plans. And the idea of a United States of Africa going into the 21st century is not a new idea, but one that should be followed, and we're trying to follow that path here in this country. I want to thank you for inviting me to speak to you in this brief moment. And once again, Africa is going to be free under the banner of one God, one aim, one destiny. Thank you very much.
I want to invite Professor Scobie back to the podium as we prepare for our questions and answers. I want to ask you to save your dissertations for another location. Just keep your questions real brief. Professor Clark is here, and we'll be entertaining questions from the audience. Is there a platform, a podium, a mic? The document we talked about? Let's see, if you were to attend the function of the Harriet Tubman School next Friday, we'll have copies available. How's that, Ilombe? Okay. Our speakers have reassembled. This is kind of awkward because the podium is in the way. You can direct your questions to either one or all, and we'll try to get the microphone over to them to avoid walking back and forth. So we'll take the first question from over here. You can ask from where you are.
Peace, love. I'd like to ask Dr. Clark exactly what is going on in Somalia from your perspective. What led up to this, to the chaos that we see, and what are some, are there any solutions, any viable solutions to the problem?
What is going on in Somalia is Muslim clans playing the fool, some Arab-oriented, some African-oriented, have put the country in a position for Westerners using the pretense of stopping hunger can set in motion the process for the European reconquest of Africa. The Westerners don't give a damn about hunger, that people hungry in this country, that white people hungry as well as black. They're not feeding them. It is a pretense, and it is something we won't deal with. Arab fundamentalism. The African who's a Muslim, who's black, have to fight for the right to be an African and also be a Muslim. The Sudan is really black, but sometimes for survival reasons, these blacks have to call themselves Arabs and act like the Arabs. What's going on is the process, because Africans played the fool and destroyed their early governments to all these silly coups engineered by white people. They weakened all African governments to the point where Europeans can knock them over. The Europeans have now set in motion where they can knock them over one by one. You're not going to believe this, but I'm absolutely sincere when I said it. They intend to commit genocide in Africa to the extent that Africa can be populated by Europeans and Asians. And there's a whole lot of people you think are our friends who be helping them do it. That's what's going on in Africa. A Holocaust 100 times worse than anything you've ever heard about.
I thank you for the lecture.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, my friend. You stated that the Caribbeans and the Africans could not get together, and that those who were educated by the Europeans had some kind of conflict confronting the Europeans.
Yes, yes, still do.
And it seems to pose what I call the crisis of the African intellect, both male and female.
It's a crisis of the African intellect the world over.
When did the crisis start?
I didn't hear you.
When did the crisis start?
When did the crisis start?
Yeah, just leave our crews out.
You mean time?
Yeah.
I think the crisis really started, well, in Jamaica, I think it started about the second half of the 19th century when the Jamaican mulattoes tried to make a deal with England for special privileges. And when England did not give them that deal, some of the mulattoes joined the blacks, and some of the mulattoes became spies among the blacks. And gradually, England, seeing what's happening, made Jamaica the most stratified nation along color and economic lines of all the countries in the Caribbean. I think among us, it started along about the same time with fraternities and the brown bag societies and blue vein societies. And you see, this is something we don't even talk about, don't want to talk about. The white man do not accept his offspring. And the offspring is not comfortable with us. He can go to his white father's house and knock on the door, he can't get in. They have to make up their mind. Either they come in our house and stay or go out and stay. Or if they go out, they got no damn place to stay. This is something we won't even talk about. Now, I'll admit some of our finest leaders, some of our finest patriarchs have come from that class. Some of our most confused people also come from that class and still are in that class. Then I also admit that some of the blackest of the blacks have also been traitors. So the idea of being a traitor is not monopolized by any one class. But we fail to confront, we are mystified by European technology, European knowledge, to the point where we won't just confront him and say, a lot of this is bunk and junk. The world did not wait in darkness for you to bring the light. And most of the world, where you came, you put out the light. We won't say this. I heard a speech by Farrakhan. Some sister was kind enough to send it to me. And when he's buying the curse of Ham, and a lot of people think that was a part of the Bible. That was enforced on the Bible. He deal with skin again and nappy hair. Good hair is the hair that your mother and father gave you to survive what nature put you down. To be against your hair and your skin is an affront to your mother and father. I may have not answered your question, but we are in a dilemma of our survival based on someone else's values. But that's as close to as I can get in anyway.
There's a chair right behind you.
That's it.
Sit right here.
The what now?
What do you think about the holiday Kwanzaa?
That's it.
I think the holiday Kwanzaa is a good idea. Basically good. I think the alleged developer of Kwanzaa is a clever faker, a fraud, who took an African harvest ceremony, put some Swahili words to it, and and called it his own. I didn't say he was dumb now. I say he was clever. I also said he was a clever faker. I'm saying it public so he can sue me. I know I'm in Brooklyn. He has a large following in Brooklyn. I said his loyalty to us is highly questionable. Who is his master is highly questionable. His role with the Panthers and killing Panthers and getting away with it is highly questionable. His mutilization of black women is not highly questionable because it's provable. He mutilized black women, went to jail, and all the women in his harem, and he's got more than one, are almost white. So he got a color problem too. All right, go ahead with Kwanzaa. Whatever you want to do. You need to have a special holiday. Easter's a pagan holiday, so is Christmas. You need to replace all of them.
Okay. I just want the records to reflect that Dr. Clark said those things, right?
And don't give a damn.
Do I approve? Yes, indeed.
Prove or not prove, doesn't matter. And I think, look, for 500 years the world has been ruled by white nationalism. Even when the Russians and the United States were pretending they were enemies, they were in bed together. I think African people need to help African people wherever they are on the face of this earth.
You got another question?
Yeah. Second question, sister. You talked about the importance of family. You talked about outside influences that have affected the family so that they cannot function in the best way they should.
The smallest unit.
Give it a mic, please.
The smallest unit of society is the family. The smallest unit within the family is the individual. So, what the family becomes is a group effort of what the individual. The individual are the components that make up the family unit. If that is a functioning unit, there's an interdependency that supports growth, and at the same time, in that process of supporting growth, it promotes independency. When families don't function properly, it fails to support and it does not develop independency. What it does is it may foster a particular mode of development that will continue to create a dependency either on members of that immediate unit, meaning the family structure, or intervention from without. The problem that happens with African families is that they do not, in most cases, and I'm speaking now in America, everybody exists within a social structure that is at least European. And the notion of family comes from that European cultural formation. Africans have family structures that go beyond and against the format of the European family. We are now hearing about extended families. That is within the last 10 years. But African survival in the West has been because of its retention of African family structures. As that has broken down, intervention from without has increased so that the dependency on individual components or family members has decreased the dependency has increased on the external development of societal support systems, so that now we no longer have a grandmother, whether it is biological or one in which we endow the African presence, who becomes the African elder. Children are taken out of family structures and put into societal structures, and are asked to go into those societal structures, prosper, and create another family structure, which has not been prepared for them, nor do they participate in the selection of it. Some of us have created our own families, but we have been participating in that process. When you don't participate in that process, then it is not, in that sense, an extended family. So I'm saying that in order for the family to be successful, the African family to be successful in the United States and perhaps outside of the United States, even in Africa, is that each member has to endeavor to take it as his or her personal responsibility to be the healthiest person they can be. That's what I was saying at the end about this person that we finally concoct, that this person must represent the best physical representation of the best that we can imagine. And what we have to do is to create a milieu where the imagination is inspired by an actual knowledge of history and forged with some type of activity that makes us know we can do. And that becomes the formation of this person that we then give to whomever we interact with. And that is my answer to how we develop a strong family. I think that what is happening now is that we come together because of social needs, and we depend on each other to give to ourselves, or us to give to someone else, those deficiencies. I think we support the strengths and in the process minimize the deficiencies.
Professor Scroggie, in dealing with the Berlin Conference in 1884, you talked about the colonization of Africa. Then you went on to talk about the cosmology and the anthropological principles that African people have that bring out their humanity, and by projecting this humanity to other people, it seems to be create their own demise. My question is, what do we have to do with that humanity or that humanist? How do we use that humanist and don't get into trouble with it? Because it seems to be a problem. Usually John says it's a naivety in all parts, but would you elaborate on that?
Yes, Dr. Clark made the same point that I made about this humanity. So Chancellor Williams, and most of us would agree that there is that humanity. But what I want to say, like charity, humanity begins at home. And we must show this humanity to our peoples wherever they are. There's one thing I know, I'm going to say it, and I've been saying it for a long time, and I'm going to change. All of the countries of the world, there are two things that are important in the, what they call the modern technological scientific world today. The one thing is the control of power. And when we talk about power, we're talking about money, corporations. That's what we're talking about. The other thing that's important is armies, standing armies. All countries in the world have standing armies, and they use our armies to protect themselves. It is unfortunate that the armies that we have in the recently, comparatively recently, independent African countries have been used against our people in coups. Those armies should be used in the same way, you know, that you remember during the time of Angola and Mozambique and so on, there were Cuban troops in Africa. And you know, one of the things that struck me very hard was the fact that South Africa was adamant, and in Namibia too, South Africa wanted those troops away. Do you know why? We all know why.
because they were beating the daylights out of those South African troops. We need a strong standing army, a strong standing air force, so that they don't make incursions into our country like Israel made into Uganda. We want these kind of strong armies to be able to go out and help our peoples wherever they are. The United States sends its armies everywhere, and they welcome it. They say, oh, they're doing a good thing, they're doing a bad thing. I'm against this thing of sending European armies, although they have only our people in those armies, our blacks. But they can, our blacks and Hispanics and whoever else, but they're controlled by the power structure. We need those armies, and you know something, those armies together will be able to keep alien forces from wanting to come and stay and take over Africa. What Dr. Clark said is very, very true. Gerald Ford, when he was whatever he was here for some short time, Gerald Ford said that if they lose control, it was the Cold War during that period, as we remember, if we lose control of Africa to the Russians, then our civilization is going to be destroyed. You know that? And I put it to you and to all of us here, there is not one European country that would not band forces together to take over Africa again and colonize Africa with their people and take over the relic. Because Africa, the continent, has every single thing those thieves wanted, and it still has every single thing those thieves want today. And they're not beyond doing it. Look at South Africa. How difficult it is to get those reformed Dutch or whatever you call them out of Africa. They have no right in Africa to control the toe of Africa. They should be removed from there. I'm in accordance with the PAC when I say that. It's a question of our land. It can be done. You know, sometime, years and years ago, I was asking questions during the 5th Pan-African Conference. I was there with Dudley Thompson, who is now an ambassador, Jamaican ambassador. I was at that conference in Manchester, and I was mesmerized. I was talking to Jomo Kenyatta at the time, asking questions. And this man with his burning eyes, looking at me and talking to me, I said, but Mr. Kenyatta, how are we going to get? You must remember that Africa was colonized at that time. We're talking about 1945. I was in the Royal Air Force uniform still with my wings and all of that. So was Dudley Thompson at the time. He said, I said, how are we going to take Africa back from these colonists? You know, and he looked at me and he smiled. And he put his hand on my head. You said, you're asking me how are we going to take Africa from them? And you're in a Royal Air Force uniform, don't you know? I said to him, Mr. Kenyatta, I got the message. Dr. Azikwe said the same thing to me when I asked him a question about South Africa. I don't care what anybody said. It seems as us, of all the people on the face of this earth, we are the ones most afraid to die. I hope we will never die the way we're going on because we're afraid to die. If you love a cause, you're prepared to live for the cause. But if you can't live for the cause as well, some of us have to die for it. Garvey knew that. If we're talking about Marcus Ogarzai Garvey today, he said we don't have our own army, we don't have our own air force, we don't have anything. We don't have our own banks, we don't have... There is a meeting now going to be held. They want leading up to the year 2000. It is called a Black Agenda. It's going to be held in Nigeria. And they're talking about their own banks. Get rid of the IMF. Drop the IMF. Have nothing to do with them. Drop the UN United Nations. Drop all these things. Have nothing to do with them. I am in favor of that. If those who want to come in, but they're going to help at our leadership, at our control, I am not saying that we do not have thieves and charlatans among us. These thieves and charlatans know what they're doing. But they've been put there as puppet heads. They've been put there for time immemorial. We've always had puppets who are willing to sell themselves for dirty pottage. They've always done it. And we are the ones who control them. They have thieves in our midst. Don't get me wrong when I talk about Europeans. We have. And these are the ones that are being infected with the virus, the cancer, the AIDS, of European nastiness. And these are the ones that we have to deal with as well in our midst. When we can deal with them, there will be no more of this kind of thing. When we, as a concerted force, in Haiti is a big example. One of the most glorious revolutions in the world was the Haitian Revolution. Jean-Jacques Dessalines must be turning in his grave to see what is happening. There's only, and it is the same kind of thing. People with the mentality of Toussaint Louverture. Toussaint may have been a great leader, but he was a very, very, very Frenchified black man. And that was his undoing. That is why they sent him to, he went to jail. They arrested him, clapped him in chains, put him on the Creole, and sent him to Jouet to jail. That's one of the reasons. Because he listened to them. And he went to them. When they summoned him at their headquarters, he went there. He had no right to go. You are controlling a country. And some people that you've just beaten the hell out of them, they're calling you. They come to you. Dessalines said he wouldn't have gone unless he went with 3,000 of his troops. And if they didn't come out, if they didn't see him in 5 minutes, he would order them to coupe tête and brûler écailles, cut heads and burn the houses down. He said so. Christophe said the same thing. Pétion, whose father was a white man, said the same thing. To somebody, all of us could live happily in peace, integrate and happy. That was his undoing. That's why he died sorrowfully. A great general, a great military leader. He died sorrowfully in a jail in France, in the Jouet Mountains. This is the lesson that is as much relevant today as it was then. When we learn that lesson, I'm not saying that we can isolate ourselves. I have never said that. What I'm saying is that we must take control of our affairs. When we take control of our affairs, we don't only take control of outside, we take control of those inside that we have to put to death if necessary. The Mobutus and so on should be put to death. When we can control, we don't have, what is happening? They're talking about the army in Haiti. The only way that we can stop that army from doing that is for the people in the Caribbean region and African peoples everywhere to put a stop to it. Not the OAS. The OAS cannot do it. The UN cannot do it. The UN is a puppet of Republican governments, and now it's going to be a puppet of Democratic governments. So the UN cannot do anything. The UN is impotent. As impotent as my just as well dead as far as Africa is concerned. And the structure of the UN needs a whole heap of upheaval and restructuring again if it's going to have any meaning. We want to have, I put it straight, a black agenda. Get rid of the IMF. Get rid of the World Bank. Get rid of these things. We can't do it together. Drop it, forget it, and let us die together.
You have to speak up.
You have to speak louder. I have two questions. Second, Dr. Clark, about the turmoil that's happening right now. Away with San, United States right now. Iraq right now. The United States thinking about going and involved that country again. This people in America going back
The question has to do with the U.S. Positioning itself to attack Iraq again. What's your opinion?
If you understood the geography, you understand Africa's relationship to it. If you read a book called When Africa Ruled the East, you know that what we call Western, I call Western Asia, and other people mistakenly call the Middle East was a part of Africa, was originally a part of Africa. If you look at the geography of Israel and the creation of Israel, that was really created as an outpost for Western colonialism, you understand that America wants everything in that area to either submit to it or be destroyed. it wasn't enough that they destroyed his country, and they just want him to submit or destroy it. They want to deny a man the right to fly planes over the territory of his own country, and they want to tell a man what to do within the borders of his own sovereign nation, which is utterly outrageous. It's against international law, against national law. But they're doing it because they're the new gangsters of the world, and they're going to get away with it because they've got enough propaganda to convince people that they're supposed to get away with it.
Next question. This side.
I have a question for Dr. Clark, and I was going to ask a question of the sister that she left. Dr. said that we have some of the best trained people. You said that we have some of the best. You said that we have some of the best trained people that they won't even use their technology, African people.
Yes, I said they could. I didn't say they would.
Okay, but I was going to ask you. We need an ideology to base and to direct our action, because if you do not have an ideology to direct your action, then you will have Africans using technology for their enemy when they think they're using it for their own benefit. And I contend that. I was just going to ask you, what ideology do you think that African people should use or have to direct their action?
That's the same thing I'm saying. Ideology but nationalism. Now, let's take the case of Colin Powell. Colin Powell is a Jamaican. Colin Powell is a Jamaican who came from the Bronx. He's of the Light Brigade, and he had a habit in high school calling black people black bastards, which is a contradiction in terms. Because in which the word black bastard means mix. If you're black, that means you're not mixed. Be that as it may, let's deal with Colin Powell, the Jamaican in Panama, grinning and smiling. Now let's deal with Panama. Over 5,000 Caribbean people died building Panama. At least 4,000 were Jamaicans. An American general of Jamaican descent goes to Panama as conqueror. He should go to proclaim Panama as the property of the Jamaicans who died building the damn ditch. But you think he would do that? No sense of history, no sense of his own people. No sense of how to proclaim what his own people's blood had already paid for. Without an ideology, you're going to do what your master tells you to do. If Colin Powell was asked to lead an army into South Africa, I don't think he'd hesitate. So the technology we've got and how we will use it will depend not only on the ideology, but a perspective and belief. I said this is what we could do. After World War II, the United States discharged some of the best trained soldiers in the world. We could have gone to Africa and developed air forces, communication systems. We could have given Africa a genuine army, not a bunch of thugs bringing off coups. But did we do it? We didn't have the ideology, didn't have the connection. And besides, the African mind wasn't even trained to let us do it, even if we wanted to do it. So I was putting forth an idea and a possibility that could have happened. And for it to happen, not only the black American needed an ideology,
but the Africa needed a Pan-African ideology also. The need to effect a wedding between those two ideologies to make it possible.
Another question?
You had said to your response to someone's question that power means money, corporations, and standing armies. And I wanted some clarification on that because
I think Professor Scobie said that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't mean you. I come in Scobie. But my opinion and my belief from my studies is that politics is a determinant factor for power and not money and corporations, because if I'm in control of the political machinery, I can dictate what economic systems are present in a society, and I can dictate what forms an army takes, and not the Congress. So if you can clarify that.
Please don't misunderstand me. I was not talking about the conquerors at all. They're not even in my thinking at all. I was talking about our own people. What I meant, when we talk about politics, I'm talking about politics of the people, grassroots politics. This is where it comes from. I am not looking to the overseers, to the people who, the mulatto overseers, who have been there to caretake for those people who took over those islands, those countries, those continents. I'm talking about the grassroots. And we have, when we build this grassroots, we build and we get the strength, not only to the strength of the unity of our people, but we get the strength also from the resources we have and how we use the resources to give us the power and the strength to be able to feed, clothe, and educate our people without having to see them on television screens with bloated stomachs and staring eyes and dying, our poor, beautiful children. We're tired of seeing that. I've been seeing that for 30 years with the UNICEF since I've been in England. I don't see why children, it's about time we stop being a party to that, a party in the sense that we are not a vibrant leading party. We are playing a kind of role that is being led. This is what I mean, the control of all that we have. When you control what you have, you are wealthy, you are strong. This is what I'm talking about. People do not invade you. And I want again to bring to the notice what is very important and what is very, very dangerous. No one country should be so strong that it can go into another country, take out someone, a person of that country, and bring them to whether it's the United States to be tried for any kind of crime. That has to be stopped. This is what I mean. And the other thing I want to remind ourselves about, we are proud. We talk about Sheikh Anta Diop all the time. How he was a great man and how he opens doors for us. Yes, he did. He did something great, like Dr. Clark and the others have done. But you know one thing? We never seem to talk about Dr. Diop when he talks about the uniting of Africa. We never seem to place any importance. They say, oh, he's crazy. What do you think about how can he do it? And this man with a tremendous, brilliant mind, as a scientist, as a historian, as an archaeologist and anthropologist, this man showed us where our origins began. He was one of the men who pioneered along those lines, Dr. Clark and the others. We accept that and we're proud about it. Why aren't we talking when he has written a book and gave us the details of how Africa can unite together? Why don't we talk about that as well? Why do we dismiss him? It's about time those of us who read the book go back and read it again and see what he's talking about. Because if he's brilliant in one thing, he's also brilliant in other words. He knows exactly that is the only salvation. It is all well and good to talk about our glorious past. But we want a glorious present and a glorious future. That is what we want.
Take one last question, and then I want to...
The culture unity. What's the name of the book? For the cultural unity of Black Africans.
The name of the book is The Cultural Unity of Africa, or Black Africa. I'm sorry. Well, there is no other kind, my brother.
It's a slight
about Black Africa.
Something you should really read. You should all read it again.
Chinese or whatever have their own particular secret societies in which all things spring from. Their economics, their philosophy, their politics, and everything. In all the books that I've read by all the gentlemen here, and I haven't read everything, my conclusion is we as Black people from wherever, as African descendants, should also have our own particular secret society. Every different Caucasian race in this country that started this country has their particular secret society. Irish have theirs, the Italians have theirs. If we're from West Indies, South Carolina, wherever, we should all have our secret societies that can work as a unity together. I'd just like to have the gentlemen's, both of their suggestions.
I believe we need to have societies, of course, and I don't separate Caribbean people from African American. Everybody has good societies, and I think we need our societies where we would discuss those things relevant to us, that not the business of other people. And there were times when we had societies that did that. Press Hall called the Black Masons the African Lodge, and that's what it was. Richard Allen called the church the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and that's what it was. So we already had, in many forms, what you are advocating. Only right now it's a little ragged and a little sloppy, but to some extent we still have it. I think people need to talk to each other. For the survival of people, they need societies separate and distinct from that of other people. So I have no argument about what you're saying.
I want to thank Brother Clark, but before we have one final speaker before we wind the program down. There's another question there?
I like the idea of father of wisdom, for me stands that it's to do with the question of discipline and accountability, not only of our leaders, but of all of us. In spite of the fact that we have heard a lot of negatives about the life of women, one of the greatest things I admired about the nation of Islam is the discipline that they impose. And it's been boiling through my mind for a long time now. How can we reconcile the idea of discipline with freedom, the idea of perfect leadership with freedom that does not tend towards dictatorship? I think it's a philosophical question to ask.
It's a much needed question. It's in order. I not only think we need discipline, but I have said over the years, you cannot lift the people from the lower to a higher position. Some form of discipline. I not only believe in discipline, I believe in accountability. I believe in leadership accountability, which is another form of discipline. I think the leader should account to the followers, as well as the followers should account to the leader. And there should be some form of discipline if we don't take care of the assignments that we have.
Would you sanction moves by leadership in a black revolutionary movement, which takes punitive action for people who do not live up to, or I don't know, do you understand what I'm trying to ask?
A lot of leaders, a lot of people, power brokers are actually afraid of new ideas, and they're most afraid of students, and students who have inquired into books and foreign magazines and lectures outside of their own countries. And I think this is individual fear of new ideas. And this has not only stagnated Guyana, it has stagnated the whole Caribbean area. Now, Professor Keith Hendry of Buffalo wrote a PhD thesis called Meek Moses at Home and Tigers Abroad, dealing with the Caribbean mind away from home and the inability of Caribbean radical ideas to develop at home. This is why the finest of the Caribbean radicals develop best away from home. I said in a speech in 87 in Jamaica, if Marcus Garvey were in Jamaica today with the same ideas, some disranged Jamaican might stone him to death. I still believe that. I wasn't trying to be funny. I think every government in the Caribbean is conservative, sloppy conservative at that. I think every government in the Caribbean afraid of new ideas, afraid of innovative ideas. The most hopeful sign I saw in my last visit to Jamaica is that there are some young Jamaicans born in England who were told that by virtue of being born in England, didn't make them British citizens. They are returning with a vengeance. They're deciding that they've got to have some space in this world that they can call their home. They're returning to the islands of their parents who went to England to work during the war and after the war. The ideas are sharp. Their temperament is uncompromising. If there's a new radical Caribbean of tomorrow, I think it might come from these young people if they're not killed soon enough.
At this point, I'd like to invite Brother Richard Green, who is the director of the Center for Crown Heights Youth Collective, one of the few institutions which is attempting to concretize some of the ideas that we've been talking about here this evening. Oh, he's standing right there. I'm looking for it. Brother Richard Green. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and well, let's hear what goes on.
Okay, I'd like to thank some more, and most of all, I'd like to say that to have Dr. Clark and Dr. Scobie and the other African world historians here with us this afternoon sort of gave greater validity to our institution. One of the things you see, I invite everyone that hear about the Youth Collective, or hear about Richard Green, or hear about Crown Heights, to come to the Youth Collective. We've been doing this for 14 years, before August 19, 1991, when the tragedy happened around Gavin Cato. This institution is one that we have set up to set new standards in this city. to set new standards in the African world. That when our young people, as you see the young children that run around this center, that pretty much run this operation, we're setting them up for the 21st century. And I think these historians have told us in uncertain terms that we have a baton that we have to pass on this evening. We've had a rich legacy, but the legacy begins today. If we had to rebuild the legacy of the African world tradition, what are we doing to add to that legacy? And that's our mission here at the Youth Collective. If anyone is interested in any part of this activity here, we ask you to come again. We ask you to note not just not come when we have activities, but come at any time. We always need tutors, we always need counselors, we always need help to let these young people know that they're precious and they have a rich legacy. But we not only tell them they have a rich legacy, we have to help them to live it. So what I say is our deeds must represent our creeds. And this evening I'd like to ask each and every one of you to not make this your first or your last visit. Make sure you come again. And again, I'd like to just thank these African world historians for coming here this evening. Thank you all. God bless.
Yeah, well, videotapes, some of the videotapes from previous programs on sale here. If you talk to the Youssef and others who are recording up front here. Thank you for coming out. You'll have to listen out. We'll have to let you know.
Blacks hate blacks. It's not just a myth. Why is it we do not have the same respect for members of our race as we do for some other race, especially the white race? And that we were told, quite to the contrary, that we were from a land of savages, of cannibals. And except by the grace of God and the white man, we would have been a lost people. So we should be on our knees forever praying and thanking God that we were brought, even in slavery, to this land to escape the horrors of Africa. And this was brought in and drilled into us generation after generation.
Africa, the second largest continent, is an area of almost 12 million square miles in size. It is comprised of 50 independent countries and populated by over 537 million people who speak over 1,000 languages and dialects. For eons, Africa's wealth has been a magnet that has attracted the entire world. The continent has been plundered for its vast mineral and human resources. Traditional historians have viewed this land as one of primitive savages who slept through the millennia, contributing little to the cultural legacy of mankind. The facts, however, tell a different story. Scholars and scientists now concede that Africa is the birthplace of mankind. Africans were the first builders of civilization. They discovered mathematics, invented writing, developed sciences, engineering, medicine, religion, fine arts, and built the Great Pyramids, an architectural achievement which still baffles modern science. What caused the cradle of the world's oldest and greatest civilizations to crumble, leaving in its wake a people who are exploited, oppressed, and economically underprivileged? In a moment, Africa's downfall.
Tony Brown's Journal is brought to you by Pepsi-Cola Company and your local Pepsi bottlers.
Dr. Williams, it's an honor being able to meet with you and to talk with you. You have written what many of us consider to be the definitive work about the culture of Africans throughout the world, and you approach it from the standpoint of the destruction of that civilization. Why did you choose the aspect of destruction rather than some other point of view?
The aspect of destruction was emphasized for the reason that it was quite clear that the black people in America seemed to be generally unaware that they had a history, that they were told that they had achieved nothing, They were told.
This man says the true facts are to be found in a more thorough and honest look at history. After Dr. Chancellor Williams, a native of Bennettsville, South Carolina, received his doctorate in history and sociology, he studied psychology, anthropology, archaeology, and economics. He also taught Arabic history and worked as a professor of history at Howard University for 29 years. He won an award from the Black Academy of Arts and Letters and was the first recipient of the 21st Century Foundation's Clarence L. Holt Prize for Excellence in Literature.
Now, of course, the record was there to show that much of Western civilization was built upon the foundation of the land where civilization itself had begun, and this was in Africa. Therefore, the focus had to be on Africa to see to what extent the recent revelations with the turn of the century, at the turn of the century, that Africa was the cradle of civilization. To what extent could this be actually verified? And so my work was directed in the uncovering much of what had been lost, much of what had been disguised, much of what had been stolen, refurbished, reworked, and presented to Western civilization as the work brought from Africa, but presented to Western civilization as the creation of Western man.
Dr. Chancellor Williams spent 16 years writing his book, and although a piece of extraordinary research, he considered it a greater miracle that he was able to get it published. Plagued by a chronic lack of funds and turned down by his academic associates and all other sources, Dr. Williams mortgaged his home. Then another obstacle arose. Due to his rapidly failing eyesight, he was forced to abandon his earlier plans for an expanded 3-volume work and had to settle for a condensed version of his research into a single volume, the book we now know as The Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 BC to 2000 AD.
What did you find out about ancient African civilizations?
Well, to begin with, I found out that ancient African civilization was, first of all, the beginning of civilization. I found out that there could be no record found anywhere that antedates the advanced civilization of Africa. And this was the finding of European and other scholars. And they were now gradually admitting it, and when the evidence became overwhelming, the question arose, could Africans have achieved all this? Could Africans have achieved this remarkable work in architecture that could be traced back for thousands of years before Christ, before Western civilization had even started? Could Africans have done this? Could Africans have achieved this high advance in mathematics, in physics, in chemistry, in medicine, and so forth? I mean, many of the things we now glorify as modern. Take the Washington Monument, for example, which is an exact duplication of ancient African architecture, which is well known. And most of the columns we see on these stately columns on buildings, which the Greeks, in studying in Africa, are borrowed from the Africans, remodeled them at Doria, at Corinth, and so forth, gave these columns the name of the cities in which they remodeled them, and gave them a Greek character. They really didn't do much changing. They merely removed the Africa and the canthus leaf at the column and modified, but otherwise it was substantially the same as Africa.
Dr. Williams, were there ever laws and rules that governed the entire continent of Africa?
There were laws and rules that governed the entire continent in the same sense that you have the same system of laws and rules that which govern a whole people without the same time having a single government, a single state spreading over a whole continent, the second largest in the world. In other words, I'm saying that while Africa, in contradistinction to being a country, was the second largest continent on earth, and while the African people at one time in history occupied the whole continent, and while they were one people in their general culture, in their general religion, with certain modification, in their general social laws, in their general legal system, right on down the line, in almost every avenue you could find that there was this kinship. The only thing that they fundamentally different, or where they fundamentally differed, was where, of course, when they divided up and formed separate states, or withdrew, or to form separate societies, and developed different languages from the segmentation or separation from what had been a larger language group, so that there's no problem at all in understanding that you had one people occupying the continent without being under one single state.
Dr. Williams, based on your research of history, is it accurate that democracy was born in Greece?
No, democracy was not born in any one place. The record, as I indicate in this discussion on the chapter dealing with the African Constitution, birth of democracy, meaning birth of democracy in Africa, I made it quite clear that democracy was a system that was natural among the ancient peoples in all stages of development. Even the most primitive societies had their chiefs generally elected, and the chiefs were generally subject to the will of the group. So it was nothing unusual about the head of the society being subject to the will of the tribe, which was one of the early forms of social organization. The family, the clan, the tribe, the nation. This is the progressive step. So that in Africa, you'll find that back from times immemorial, they had their own system of democracy. And it was this same system which could be found in every part of the African continent. The same fundamental laws, the same fundamental custom. No matter whether they were 5,000 miles apart, no matter whether the group had never come across the other group, they had the same system. That's why we know that we were dealing was substantially one people. So that democracy then was so long, so many thousands of years before Greece, that the mention of Greece in connection with where democracy began could only bring smiles to the face of any scholar who has really studied world history.
What were some of the specific African cultures, civilizations?
These civilizations, I refer to them, of course, generally as the great kingdoms and the great or the empires that existed all over the continent of Africa. To the south, perhaps the greatest, at least one of the greatest, was the empire of Monomotapa, of which the present Zimbabwe is a part of what was once a much larger empire. And then, of course, those empires of Mali and of Ghana, ancient Ghana, and of Shanghai, and of the Marsi states, and so on. Yet many of these countries had started in a period long before Christ was born. Ghana, for example, had for over 400 kings listed before Christ was born. So that these were ancient empires. The most important thing here, though, to note about these empires and our last name is that all the people in America, all the blacks or Africans in America, came from this area of great nations, of a great educational system, where the greatest university of the time in which these slaves were being brought to America still was flourishing in its glory. That is, of course, the University of Sankore. The great civilizations in Nigeria, all of these were advanced cultures. So these people didn't come, as they were told and came to believe after they had lost memory of their homeland by the system of not allowing people of the same language group to be sold to the same plantation, but scattering them all over the South so that you wouldn't form a power base by having a lot of Africans speaking the same language. So this helped by this breakdown of intercommunication among themselves, helped them to lose memory. But we were told, quite to the contrary, that we were from a land of savages, of cannibals. And except by the grace of God and the white man, we would have been a lost people. So we should be on our knees forever praying and thanking God that we were brought, even in slavery, to this land to escape the horrors of Africa. And this was brought in and drilled into us generation after generation. Until even today, after we're going through from the kindergarten through graduate school, the majority of blacks today reject the idea of being called an Afro-American.
Dr. Williams, if all of the things you say are true, if Africans had such advanced civilizations, hundreds of kings and one African kings in one kingdom before Jesus Christ was born, how did Africans worldwide and Afro-Americans get in the shape they're in? How did these great kingdoms, this great civilization, fall to civilizations that didn't come along until thousands of years after theirs were already established?
Well, it wasn't done overnight. Their great empires were built through their industry, through their enterprising, through their industry in so many fields. The whole societies, as I point out in the book, in practically all of them, were organized in lodges. This is where the organization of workers, but they regard themselves as craftsmen. And each working group, whether it's building boats, or whether they were stone masons or brick masons, or whether they were carpenters or whatnot, each craft was organized into a lodge. In fact, the educational system was similarly organized on a basis of 3 levels. And so you had a society that went in for production. The people who were specialized in growing rice or cotton or peppers or what have you did so not as Africans do today. Africans hardly get Africans generally today to go beyond the subsistence level. Just enough for themselves. Those are scared to produce a surplus for export and to sell the areas which do not produce the same things which they produce, and buy from the other people the things which the other people produce and which they don't have, which is trade, which is progress, which is the basis of wealth worldwide. See what they're talking about, Reaganism and that sort of stuff. There isn't anything new. The Africans were doing that tens of thousands of years ago, a system of life. So they had regular trading posts established in different villages in other countries. They had trading routes that crossed the Sahara into other lands with merchandise, camels loaded with merchandise of spices, whatever the people produced. They were an industrious people. And they sold, and they would import as well as export. And this is what made them great. I try to emphasize that when you talk about the great African empires, they didn't just become great overnight, just great. No, they became great by doing specific things. They were great people. They were industrious people. They were builders. They were producers. The whole nation was fired to produce, and they were rewarded for their work. And so they built cities and so forth and so forth. And so this is why you had this great system of nation building becoming so mighty. Now, why did they fall? They fell when this began to decline internally, and when the external forces, over centuries of effort, finally gained the day. These nations had strict laws barring foreigners from coming to the interior. Then the same system of gradually settling around the borders, that is foreign traders, and supposed to be traders, but most of them were geographers and others representing foreign, would establish little trading posts, just ask for permission to establish trading posts on the border. We don't want to come in, we don't come in your country, we just want to do business with you. We want to sell you what we have, we want to buy some of what you have. Well, the Africans are great traders, always great traders. So that was one of the weaknesses. They allowed them to settle along the borders, for one thing. The second thing that happened, and this went on, as I point out in the destruction, for several thousand years before the certain countries were finally taken. And when they were taken, like Egypt, look how many times Egypt was taken and retaken.
You say blacks gave up Egypt. Are you saying the Egyptians were black?
Of course the Egyptians were black. The name comes from the name itself, has an origin in the name of a black king. So that it became, the Egyptians were black until it became otherwise. They're not black today, and they're just like those who occupy the northern part of the Sudan are not black today. They are partly Arab, mostly Arab, and some of them are mixed, the Afro-Arabs you might call them.
You spend quite a bit of time in your book describing the ancient civilization of Ethiopia. What is it you find important about that civilization?
Well, the ancient civilization of Ethiopia was the civilization of what we're now talking about when we talk about that whole stretch of land from the Mediterranean to the source of the Nile, which was ancient Ethiopia. So Egypt was nothing but what we call Egypt now, which was Chem, before the name was changed, was nothing but a northern province of the Ethiopian Empire.
You have a chapter here, Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt. And I'd like to read you a statement you made and get you to comment on it. You say, the melting pot of the races began around the northern perimeter. The end result was always the same. The blacks were pushed to the bottom of the social, economical, and political ladder, whenever and wherever the Asians and their mulatto offsprings gained control. Why is that? Why if with this advanced African civilization, when they interfaced with members of other groups, why did the members of that civilization always end up on the bottom of the ladder?
We have always been, as I repeatedly point out, the race of brotherhood seekers. We have been the one who forever have carried on the drive for brotherhood with other people. They have never sought brotherhood with us, never, except for expediency, where they saw an opportunity to play the role of big brother for a while they gain effective control. Now, they're cunning, you see. They study us, and they know this. They have certain basic advantages. They can easily win our confidence, first of all, because Africa, the whole continent of Africa, was known as the land of the religious people. We didn't start all this religion in America, you know, being more religious than the whites. No, this is an African characteristic. We were known from ancient times as the land of the spiritual people, the land of the gods, because we were so religious. The blameless people, Homeless wrote. We were so religious. So this must be kept in mind in this general appraisal.
How significant was the oral historian in the reconstruction of African history?
Well, the oral historian was indispensable. If you're going to make a comparative study of history, in which you're going to compare what had been written, and since it's always written by foreigners, with what the Africans themselves had written, and the records of their mind, and the records of their mind turned out to be as accurate and as unerring in many respects as what is written in books.
For a transcript, send $2 to Tony Brown Productions, 1501 Broadway, Suite 2014, New York, New York, 10036. Please include program topic and allow 3 weeks for delivery. Tony Brown Productions produces this program and is solely...
We're trapped. We know no way out. So we get a wine bottle. We get a whiskey bottle. Or we stick a needle in our arm. Or we smoke pot. Trying to find an escape from the hell that the white man has given us for 400 years here in America. So this is a false escape. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is offering a real escape. We don't have any boats for airplanes bringing drugs into this country. The white man brings it in. The white man brings it to Harlem. The white man makes you a drug addict. The white man then puts you in jail when he catches you using drugs.
In the middle 60s, the drugs essentially, early 60s was controlled by the organized mob, okay? organized criminals control it.
The fact that a decision was made, and I think most of you familiar with the broadcast of the mafia defector who went on public media to declare what happened and outline in great detail the great plan of how to destroy the black youth of the nation, starting in New York. He said in a meeting 20 miles outside of New York City, the great decision was made. He said he didn't have to guess about it, and those who heard him know that I'm quoting him almost verbatim, because he was there. And the decision was to concentrate the distribution of drugs on the black youth of the nation, starting in New York. Starting in New York, beginning in the elementary school, and that to punish, even on the pain of death, any of the distributors who invaded the white community or predominantly white schools. That New York and other large cities were to be divided up into districts. The district commander, black, was to be given any kind of car he wanted, Mercedes, Rolls Royce, anything, because this would be a part of the sales pitch. That blacks just love fine cars, and he'd drive around through the community in his fine car, and some of his key assistants, and he'd be identified, he'd be known, and that sort of stuff. And so the stories, I'm not going any farther into it, but thus it began, and the spread over the country. And we fell for it. Now, one thing was important. That the thing to attract the blacks, more than any other thing, more than the drug itself, but to spread the word, have a number of key young people in it, and spread the word that this is the end thing. So that'll get them. Just say it's the end thing, and they'll brave the fires of hell to be a part of the end thing.
Smoking marijuana was more or less like a team.